Hello and welcome back to the Movie Pope podcast. And today we are going to be taking a look at Phase 1 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now, as y'all know, Avengers Doomsday is coming out in December, and there has been a lot of hype over it. And if you're anything like me, you will probably rip your hair out waiting for the actual trailer to come out and not just bits and pieces, because seriously, we just want the whole damn thing at this point. Also, if you've heard the rumors that there have been leaked footage, I assure you, we will not be playing it on this channel because we don't want to get struck. Also, I couldn't find it, and it's not like I've been searching desperately everywhere on the web, in the dark web. So, yeah, I got nothing for you. So feel free to check out Cosmic Wonder and other channels to see what they say, because I have no idea what's going on in this leak. But in the lead up to our discussion of Avengers Doomsday, I do want to go back and take a look at the first three phases of the MCU, the Infinity Saga. And with me are two guys who love Marvel probably as much as me, because let's face it, all I do is spend my time reading the comic books, and I should actually be watching the movies because the world has moved on since the 1990s. But with me today are Bradley Smith and Brendan Richards of the StoryProof podcast, regular collaborators. Guys, how are you doing today?
Good. I'm excited to rediscover some of these older movies.
Yeah, I'm good. I've been looking forward to getting back into these earlier movies. It's been a couple of years since I've watched some of them, so it's definitely interesting to check them out again and sort of see where this cultural phenomenon that's dominated the last 15, almost 20 years now has come and gone, been at.
I mean, Brendan, you hit the nail on the head. Now to think about it, in 2 years, the MCU will have been 20 years old, right? And that's phenomenal to think that, we were young bucks at the time when the first Iron Man movie came out. And even then, when you think about Marvel, I mean, at that time, what they were doing was pretty radical, because when you thought of Marvel, like obviously in 2008, you probably would have thought, oh, Spider-Man, X-Men, the Fantastic Four, right? Unless you were a diehard comic book fan, right, and you knew the ins and outs of Marvel, if someone said the Avengers to you, you would probably look at them like they had a second head, like Hydra, right?
Yeah.
But in looking back on it now, because now, in hindsight, we can say, oh, well, obviously they were going to go with the Avengers, because these guys are like the center of the Marvel universe. When you go back 20 years, most of us, when we thought of Marvel, we either thought of the X-Men or Spider-Man, right? So before we actually get started, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. So let's go back, if you will, to 2008, right? Me, I'm starting my sophomore year in college, right? UNC Greensboro. I know I don't look it now. I've aged well since then. But when I first heard that Iron Man was coming out, I was a little bit curious to see what was going on, because for me, I didn't think that this would lead to anything serious, because superheroes movies at that time, it was kind of a one and done deal, right?
Yeah.
If you were lucky, you would probably get two movies, or if you did really good, a trilogy, which we would see, with the Nolan Batman films later on. But what were your guys' thoughts, at that time when when the MCU was just starting out? Were you kind of excited about this, or were you just a little bit curious, or were you just scratching your head and were like, it's a nothing burger, nothing's gonna come of it?
Honestly, for me, it was probably the last one. I very distinctly remember watching Iron Man. Is a friend of ours, Chris. I went on like a trip with his family to South Carolina. We were visiting this giant flea market, and very nonchalantly, we were just like, you guys want to go see a movie? So me, Chris, and Chris's cousin went and saw the first Iron Man. Wasn't planned about it, didn't think too much of it, didn't actually know who Iron Man was, and went and saw it and was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool, and didn't think anything about the MCU, where this was going to go, except at the very end, a little teaser for kind of an expanded universe at the end was like, oh, I wonder if this is really going to become something. Because at least for me, up to that point, even mid and post credit scenes, I don't remember a lot of them. A few here and there, but certainly not come to expect them the way we do from the MCU now. But I remember seeing the first Iron Man and just not really thinking a whole lot. I mean, enjoyed the movie, but not thinking a lot about what was going to come, because we grew up with the X-Men movies, with the Raimi Spider-Man movies, so didn't really think about this even being in the same universe, being connected. Just thought it was a good movie.
Not to mention too, you had Robert Downey Jr. in the role, and any of us who were familiar with what was going on, we all thought, oh, why is that drunk, in a superhero movie? Good for him. He's getting back on his feet. He's kind of sorting himself out, bless his heart. He's trying to get his life back together, because because the 90s and early 2000s had not been quite kind to him, not in the least.
Yeah, and this was the first film I'd ever seen him in. I didn't know who he was. The closest I had come to knowing a lot of these characters is that a video game called Marvel's Ultimate Alliance came out. I just had to look up the year because I'm like, I think this was before. It came out in 06, and I think when I got it, it was a release game for the Xbox 360. So I didn't go out of my way to purchase it. It just came with the console. And that was seeing a lot of, I very distinctly remember seeing Deadpool, Moon Knight, and being like, oh, these guys are kind of cool. I knew Blade, I knew Spider-Man, but I honestly don't think anyone else in that game I knew who they were. And then it was kind of cool to go back afterwards and be like, oh yeah, this is Iron Man. I just watched this. Oh, this is Thor. Okay. But I think that game, because kind of like what you were talking about with comic books, I read a lot of comics growing up. I did not read a lot of Marvel comics growing up. We were very much a go-to yard sales family when I was young. So we'd get up way too early on Saturday mornings and go to yard sales. And a very common thing for us to find would be comic books. So you'd end up with just these random, you wouldn't get like a whole series. You end up, out of a series of 20, you'd have like number 3, number 7, number 11 and 12. Hey, cool, you got 2 in order. But you would not have any idea of what was going on. So I didn't really read. I remember there was a comic series called The Fantastic Four versus the Fantastic Four. That I had a few of that had come together from a yard sale. But honestly, the Spawn comics are what I read the most of when I was a kid. So Marvel was not my forte. I didn't even know when X-Men came out. I didn't know that was like associated with Marvel. I thought X-Men was its own thing for the longest time. But yeah, that was the end of that thought. I feel like I stopped, like there was more to say. No, that was it.
Yeah, I never really read comics growing up as a kid. I remember distinctly watching reruns of the occasional episode of like Batman the Animated Series and the Spider-Man series from the 90s. And the X-Men 90s comic book series. There'd be reruns on like Cartoon Network in the morning before we went to school and all that. So I would catch those from time to time, but I was never really big into the comic books. I knew, who the X-Men are and Spider-Man is by cultural osmosis, basically. Like these are characters that are bigger than their comic books at this point. They're cultural icons. So it's just one of those things where, you watch the old Raimi movies, you watch the X-Men movies, never watched the Blade movies when I was a kid. They were
explains so much. You're not cool enough. I'm gonna do it.
No, never watched those ones. Honestly, for the longest time, did not even know that those were a Marvel character or a comic book movie. I just knew that they were about a guy hunting vampires. And then it's funny. The only comic book I think I ever would have read, I remember distinctly when the original Spider-Man from Raimi was coming out in 2002. I remember walking through Walmart with my family and they were doing like this free promotion where they gave out little like origin comics where it showed you kind of the precursors to the events of the movie or something like that. That might have been the only comic book I read when I was a kid.
That's funny.
But uh, I don't think I even actually watched the first Iron Man until like 2010, 2011. I did not know that it was a. I think the first MCU movie I watched was The Incredible Hulk, and I did not know it was an MCU movie.
Did you watch the Ang Lee one from 2003?
No, that was years later.
You didn't see the demonic poodles? Dang, you missed out, man.
I mean, and also Nick Nolte just going ape shit crazy and I mean, seriously, like it was an exercise in how not to do CGI in the early 2000s. Like,
yeah,
shit.
I managed to miss that one, the old Eric Bana one. But then I watched The Incredible Hulk. Did not know it was an MCU movie. Then I think I watched Thor when we were in college and they brought it for like the dollar movies on campus at the time, and then after that we would go back. I think when we were hanging out together, we watched Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, and then caught Captain America for the same reason at the Dollar Theater on campus. So it was kind of a interesting introduction to it.
I once Iron Man 2 hit is around the time that we started. Our friend group was like, if we didn't see all of them moving forward together, we all still saw them.
And when you watch these movies, like individually, you're just thinking, oh, there's really nothing to them. They're just movies, right? But Bradley, to your point, those little end credit scenes that kind of give you a hint about what's going on at first. You're thinking, oh, well, that's just a nice Easter egg. They're just doing it as a nod and wink. But then you come to realize, oh, wait, they're actually setting us up for the next movie. Like what you saw at the end of the Incredible Hulk, where Tony Stark shows up and talks to General Ross and he tells him about the Avengers initiative, right? That kind of so when Nick Fury in the Avengers talks about this team, your mind automatically goes back to what Tony Stark was saying, where it's like, oh, that's what he means. This is where the payoff is. So it took quite a while because when you think about superhero movies at that time, they're not really leading us into anything bigger at that point. It's just telling us a story for the moment, and that's it. It's kind of a one and done thing. Even with Christopher Nolan, like with the Batman trilogies, there really isn't a continual story arc per se, right? Because in Batman Begins, Bruce Wayne, he learns how to become Batman. The Dark Knight, he meets the Joker, and then The Dark Knight Rises as him kind of becoming, a symbol for Gotham, right? He's no longer a man, but he becomes a legend, right? Mm-hmm. So what we're seeing with the MCU, at least in Phase 1, what starts off as nothing burgers, right? All of a sudden, by the time you get to the Avengers, all of a sudden that kind of rewires your brain to where you need to learn how to pay closer attention and kind of see where everything is leading us to. So this does lead me to another point, and Brendon, you did mention this earlier. So, gentlemen, I want us to go back to 1992, right? So 1992, Batman the Animated Series comes out, and I see the looks on your faces. You guys are a bit quizzical. I promise you there's going to be payoff to that.
We were born in 92. That's what you said. I was like, I don't remember a whole lot.
Well, I mean, it depends on 92 when you're around, but all right. Well, let's say like you two theoretically, let's go back to 1992 with Batman the Animated Series, right?
Yeah.
Batman the Animated Series was groundbreaking in its storytelling of the superhero genre, because it was no longer something as campy as what you saw in the 70s and 80s with the Super Friends, right? So what's going on with Batman the Animated Series? Well, Bruce Timm slowly feeds us Superman the Animated Series, right? Static Shock. everything that culminates into Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, which is we begin to see the beginnings of a shared universe where these different characters who we thought were separate and were doing their own thing, like Batman and Superman, come to find out that they coexist in the same universe and they can actually work together. So, so throughout the 90s and early 2000s, we're seeing Bruce Timm kind of lay the foundation for a shared universe, to where these different characters come together, where in the final episode of Justice League Unlimited, the entire Justice League is fighting Darkseid in his invasion of Earth. So I want you to keep that in the back of your mind when we're talking, as we delve deeper into the MCU, because a part of me, as I'm watching this, kind of wonders if Kevin Feige isn't subconsciously thinking of what DC had done earlier in the 90s, to where he's beginning to take bits and pieces of the blueprint and kind of apply it to there, right?
Yeah.
Now, again, back in the 90s, again, Brendon, you alluded to this earlier, Marvel did give us a sort of shared universe, because we did get Iron Man, who was voiced by Robert Hayes. So if you guys remember the movie Airplane, he was in it. And then we got the Incredible Hulk, who was voiced by a certain Neil Madonna, who would go on to play Dum Dum Dugan in Captain America: The First Avenger. And then anybody who remembers X-Men, X-Men 97 out, season 2 coming out next month, that that became front and center of of Marvel's campaign, along with Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. Now, with the Marvel shows, there really wasn't that much of a crossover. You did have occasional crossover episodes. I know in the Spider-Man TV show, there's a 3-part episode that, oddly enough, that dealt with Beyonder, which was a sort of precursor to Secret Wars, where you did have Iron Man, Captain America, Storm, Johnny Storm, and the Thing, and Spider-Man working together to kind of bring down the Beyonder. But it wasn't really something that was as cohesive as what we saw with DC, because DC at that time and Bruce Timm, they were laying the foundations for a shared universe, whereas with Marvel, at least with the cartoons, we were just getting occasional crossovers. But other than that, the characters were off doing their own things. So Spider-Man was fighting Dr. Octopus. The Fantastic Four were exploring different universes and fighting the Skrulls. Iron Man, well, I guess Iron Man was fighting the Mandarin. He was always fighting somebody. And then the Hulk was just running away from everybody and being chased by a bunch of mutants and General Ross. But the point I'm getting at here with the animated shows is that we see a huge distinction between what Marvel and DC were doing, right? So when you're watching the MCU movies, at least in Phase 1, you sort of see Kevin Feige taking both systems, as it were, and kind of working them into a way that they can both work. Because what we see with Iron Man and Thor and Hulk, they're doing their own thing. There's no interference coming from Captain America, right? Captain America isn't going to all of a sudden come and stop General Ross and help Dr. Banner escape. Just like Tony Stark isn't going to show up in the Hulkbuster to take down the Destroyer and Thor. No. Everybody's got their own thing. They're all doing their own missions and they're all meeting and developing their own characters. But they do cross over in 2012's The Avengers, and they come to learn that, hey, we all know that we exist and we all know there's a greater threat, so let's come together and take down this threat. But to also borrow from the DC playbook, they also realize that they're building to a much greater story than just a simple crossover, in which obviously it's 2026. We can now look back and say, wow, the Infinity Saga was a slow burn, but man, what a great payoff it was with Endgame. So, gentlemen, let's now take a look at each of the movies in the MCU, and I want to kick off with 2008's Iron Man, with Robert Downey Jr. as the titular character, directed by a certain Jon Favreau. Now, we've already talked about what our thoughts were when Iron Man initially came out, and it's kind of interesting that Iron Man, becomes the very first character that we see in the MCU, because at that time, Marvel had licensed out Spider-Man, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four to all these different studios and different properties. So really, all they had in the toy box were the Avengers, right? And again, to go back to what I was saying earlier about the 90s cartoons, Iron Man did have had a much stronger presence. I mean, he may not be as well known as as Wolverine, but he still had somewhat of a presence, right? Whereas a character like Captain America, I mean, unless you were a boomer or you were around during World War II, I don't think not many of us are going to be too familiar with who Captain America was, right? You guys didn't know who Captain America were at that time, right?
I genuinely, in looking back through all of these, I think maybe between a little bit of that game, Ultimate Alliance, I don't know if there is a single character that was introduced in the MCU that I had previous knowledge of, except for motherfucking Rocket Raccoon, because our friend Clint was obsessed with Rocket Raccoon. I knew way too much information years before Guardians was a thing.
I'm sorry. Did you say your friend? I'm sorry. Did you say your friend's name was Clint?
Yeah, Clint Smith is.
Oh, that's a little foreshadowing right there.
Yep, he is. He probably still is obsessed with Rocket. He always says raccoon, not raccoon. Rocket Raccoon. And I was like, oh my god, I didn't know Rocket Raccoon was part of a team. I didn't know Guardians was a thing. Star-Lord, nothing, but that freaking raccoon, I knew about that raccoon.
Yeah.
But it really is like, as they've introduced all of the new characters, that's when I have been learning about them, which for me is kind of fun because I'm not, I like comic books, they're fine, but I read really fast, so I burned through them in like no time at all, and then I feel like I'm not really appreciating it as much. But yes, so many of the characters I have learned about as they're introduced in the MCU or added to the MCU.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you're talking about it being a slow burn, a little bit of the comparative to DC, specifically the DCEU versus the way that Marvel did it, by the time we got to the first Avengers, it felt like such a satisfying payoff.
Right.
By the time we got to Justice League, it felt like they're throwing in a lot of people that I'm supposed to care about, but I just met them 5 minutes ago.
It was a rush job. That's the problem. And that's what I find so ironic is the fact that at least with DC animation, they knew how to tell a story and kind of build up to something, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Marvel animation, at least at that time, it wasn't really on their radar. Like if they happen to live in the same universe, that's great. Maybe it was a writer's error and they just ran with it, but it wasn't something that I don't think they were consciously building towards. And I think that was something that Kevin Feige that's why I think Kevin Feige, being a huge comic book nerd that he is, I definitely believe he watched those DC shows, when they came out, and I'm sure, because when you watch them now, like it's pretty self-evident that they were kind of building up to something, especially with Justice League. But what we see with Iron Man, so to start off with Iron Man, I mean, could you talk about a character that who is pretty, who's pretty obscure to the general population, right? So at least in the origin stories, what happens is he gets captured and he gets some shrapnel, and they put an arc reactor in his chest to keep the shrapnel from getting to his heart. In which case, I'm wondering, how bad are these surgeons that they just couldn't get the shrapnel out to begin with?
I have wondered that so many times. He's like, I finally got it taken care of. I was like, you haven't come across one medical person in the last couple of years. It's like, hey, literally our intern could get that out for you. Like, what the fuck? They're like using nanobots and cloning body parts 2 movies from now. Like, really? We couldn't have fixed it? I will say there's in rewatching this, there are 2 things. There's one that I always call it that I'm always like, okay. But there's another one that now, knowing what I know to rewatch it, you're like, how did I never catch this before? The one I always got, I don't know if anyone listening to this has ever picked up a car battery, but I'm 6'4" and huge, and a car battery is heavy. I am not just going to walk around with one in one. When they're doing the experiment in the cave, Robert Downey Jr. is walking around with a car battery, acting like it's his pocketbook. And I'm just like, bullshit. That thing, it is so much heavier.
That's what I wondered too, because a few years ago we had to get the car battery changed on my car, and I'm about 5'8", so roughly around the same height as Robert Downey Jr. I couldn't get that thing out. Like, I had to get someone else to help me rip that thing out. It's
Dude,
it's
they're
not an
heavy.
easy feat.
And it's, it's one of those things where it's like when people walk around with cups in films that are supposed to have liquid in them. Like, they're just not walking around like it's realistic. You can tell it's an empty cup. I mean, in this case, it's such a dumb thing to get annoyed by, but I'm just like, it's a car battery. Has no one here ever picked up a car battery?
Well, also too, sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
keep in mind when he's got that arc reactor in his chest, that's supposed to be putting out, quite a lot of power. And I think all of us can attest to it. Car batteries, they have a finite lifespan, right?
Yeah.
So depending on how often you're using your car, the more you use it, the shorter the battery's lifespan is going to be. That thing is putting out a lot of power. Like, are you telling me like that's the only battery he's got lugging around with him?
Yeah. I know it powers the electromagnet in his chest. That's where I'm like, okay, that's the extent of my scientific knowledge. I have no idea how much power that might or might not take. But I do like that even in that first chunk of the story, we do see him make a prototype version, so that he's not having to walk around with a car battery. But when they swap it out is where I'm like, how did I never notice how unbelievably obviously fake this is? When he's on like his little operating table and Pepper has to reach into his chest and pull, you can see the line of the fake chest where he's like laying inside the table, and it is so bad. And I'm like, how did I never notice this?
I never noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, clearly I know about it now, but it's just so fake. But I mean, I didn't catch it the first however many times, so
because you're paying attention to that goopy stuff that Pepper's,
yeah.
the KY jelly that's at the end of her fingers.
But yeah, I was gonna say that this, talking about like the first movie and picking this character to start with, knowing where this character's story was gonna go and where his ultimate like end in the story was, I could not have planned it any better if I tried. Like, even with hindsight, I just, the way that they carried Iron Man's story through all of these, it's like, man, it was paced really well. I know a lot of people hate on the second one, but I actually really enjoyed the second one. But they set up so many things in this first one that just constantly come back, that get payoffs later. They really just set a lot of fantastic groundwork with this one. And I also really like that they show you exactly who this character is immediately. I don't like when movies and TV shows you spend a while being like, I can't quite tell if this character is this way or if there's no, even from his like opening scenes.
It's funny you say that because when I was watching Thor, I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah. Like you get a perfect sense of who these guys are very, very quickly. And I think that's good. I think that's good writing. I think that's good storytelling. I don't want to sit here and spend half the movie wondering.
But it's also the acting too, because like I said earlier, Robert Downey Jr. was coming off a decade where he had pretty much been maligned in the press, and he pretty much done every drug that was available to him, right? So when you look at the character of Tony Stark, this is someone who is an egotistical narcissist who does have a bit of a drinking problem. And Jon Favreau himself said, there was no other actor who's more perfect for the role than Robert Downey Jr. because he knew who Tony Stark was because he lived that life. He knew exactly where he was coming from and where he wanted to go. So Bradley, to your point, when we see what happens, at the end of Endgame, it's a satisfying story arc, not only for Tony Stark, but for Robert Downey Jr., because he becomes, this very heroic character, and he becomes synonymous with Iron Man. That, I mean, even now, when you think of Iron Man, you automatically think of RDJ. Like, you can't think of anyone else in that role.
Yeah, 100%.
Brendon, I feel like you've been left out there. I'm sorry. I'm sure you have plenty of thoughts.
No, it's okay. I was going to say that obviously the main reason that they went with Iron Man first was, like you alluded to, Luca, the fact that they had to sell off all of their most marketable characters to other studios to stay in business throughout the 90s and stuff, because they were on like the verge of bankruptcy. It's always I find it interesting to go back with movies and see kind of the path they take in development, because they started developing an Iron Man movie in like the 90s, and there was a long time there where Tom Cruise was angling to play Tony Stark, to
yeah, that's right. That's right.
to be that character.
Honestly, forgot about that.
So it's always interesting to see where they go to. But yeah, I don't know. We can just get into it if we want to. Good with that.
Well, the first thing that struck me, because as I watched it again, I mean, keep in mind this was released in 2008, and obviously, this is 7 years after the September 11th attack. So we're talking about a world where everybody's a bit on edge, right? So as I'm watching this movie, I'm thinking this is actually the perfect setting for Iron Man, if you think about it, because Tony Stark is an industrialist. He manufactures a lot of weapons. He's in an environment where there's a pretty good chance these weapons are going to be used. Moreover, where he's located or where he's traveling to, there are terrorist networks who would love nothing more than to get their hands on this guy and force him to build weapons for them, right? So, so when you think about it, like the environment in which this movie takes place is perfect. Plus, if you're so inclined, there can be a bit of a political message going on, around 2008, because by that point, we were pretty much knee deep in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yep.
But watching it now, a part of me just feels a bit nostalgic, because it's like this is the world that, at least for the three of us, we all grew up, in that world. So it's not so much that it's a bit jarring, but it's like, yeah, that's exactly what life was like. We had to hear stories every night about the latest casualty numbers from Iraq and Afghanistan. And I would even say, when you introduce a character like Tony Stark in there, it definitely reminds you of that movie, The Lord of War, with Nicolas Cage in it. It's that, except, the industrialist does get a redemptive story arc at the end. And he goes on to actually prove he's not a complete asshole, as opposed to Nicolas Cage. Well, he's just, a dick through and through in that movie. Great movie, by the way, but,
I will also say, because you mentioned Jon Favreau earlier, do you know, I did not know who Jon Favreau was. I honestly don't think until The Mandalorian. I knew the name, but then when I saw a picture of him, I was like, that's not.
Did you never see that?
Did
you never see that movie, I Love You, Man, with Paul Rudd?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'd never seen that. And then there's that movie where he's a cook. I remember Brendon pissed me off with a trivia question about that movie once, because he assumed I'd seen it, but I hadn't. But no, I remember when The Mandalorian came out, and I remember seeing a meme about Jon Favreau and seeing him and being like, wait a minute, that's Happy. It's not the director of The Mandalorian. That's an actor. That's like, had no idea. Absolutely did not even slightly know that that's who that was. And then I remember my mom getting such a kick out of, hey, that guy directed the movie. Oh, the security guard? I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh, no. Okay. Interesting reaction, whatever. But yeah, had no idea that he was in it. I actually think when Chris and I went to see it, we didn't know who Robert Downey Jr. was, but we're both big Lebowski fans. So we saw Jeff Bridges was in this, and we were like, sold. big selling point.
I mean, he played Obadiah Stane, the guy who's basically running the company while Tony was off doing, the Playboy billionaire lifestyle.
Yeah. Especially in rewatching it, the scene where he immobilizes Tony is such a glorious. There are bad guys who are bad for what they think are good reasons, and then there are bad people who are just doing bad shit and they kind of like it. That scene, I'm like, dude, he is first off chewing some scenery, because it's fucking Jeff Bridges, but he is really enjoying not just him rising up, but putting Tony down. Like, he's taking some serious satisfaction and being like, "You suck. You're a piece of shit. I'm better than you. I won. What up?"
Well, he wasn't being subtle that time around, because throughout the movie you kind of see hints where he's trying to kind of do the same thing, but he's trying to be a bit more low key. You remember?
Yeah, yeah, and I like even when he says about, I don't remember if it was like scheduling a vote or early on when he like Tony is freaking out about, I think it's a vote maybe of some kind, and he said, "I'm the one who scheduled it. I'm the one who did it. I had to protect you from yourself."
Yeah, it was when he was leaving that that gala event.
Yeah. So him saying, "I'm the one who did it," could have been a very easy, "I'm the bad guy" moment. But then when he kind of covers it with saying, "I've got to protect you from yourself," you're like, okay, no, he still seems like he's looking out for him. And the relationship that they seem to have early on, it looks like a cute relationship. Like, hey, why aren't you wearing the pajamas I got you? Bye. Like, it seems like they have such a nice, genuinely father-son type relationship. And it sucks to see it go the way that it does, but Jeff Bridges just plays such a glorious bad guy.
And that's the thing too, because Jeff Bridges, like, he normally plays like the heroic type of character. I mean, think of the role he played in Tron, right?
Yeah.
Or even in K-Pax, where he's just playing like this, guy who's trying to figure out like what the hell's going on with Kevin Spacey, who claims to be an alien, or to your point, the dude in The Big Lebowski. So when he actually takes on this role, it's kind of like what we would see with what Gary Oldman did with Jim Gordon, right? Where it's like you don't think they can play that because we've kind of typecast them in our minds as a certain role, right? So in this case, Jeff Bridges is a nice guy. He can never play a villain. And then here he is. He plays Obadiah Stane, who, to your point, Bradley, is just enjoying himself and just wants so bad to take Tony Stark down. He is, I mean, we come to find out later, he's the one who actually hired this terrorist organization to carry out the attack that ambushed the convoy and took Tony prisoner. Also,
yeah, crazy bit of technology for 2008 that Pepper gets that video, types something on a computer, on a laptop that says translate, and starts getting that same guy doing the English voice now, by the way, I was like, man, what kind of technology do they have in 08 that you can just click one button and be like, make this read to me in English?
I mean, they were 10 years away from Chat GPT, I would say.
Man, Stark Industries got the good stuff, apparently. Holy crap.
I mean, to be fair, though, Tony does have a fully functioning AI, like, in his side of the suit.
Yeah, but that's not on a computer.
It's inside a mechanical suit that can fly.
But it's not a desktop.
But your desktop can't fly, though.
Dude, my God, the montage of him building the different suits and doing the different tests and yelling at the robotic dummies, that's my favorite part of that movie. It is so funny, but it's just so, I love how this is one thing that I really enjoy for Spider-Man anything, Batman anything, is when they get to show off how intelligent these characters are. That was one thing in the Pattinson Batman, getting to see him really be like the world's best detective consistently. I'm like, this is what I want. I really like that Tony Stark in all of these movies, he is shown to be so monstrously intelligent consistently. And I like, even in this, we get to see him go through the different phases, go through the testing stuff. It's not just a magic, I know the answer to everything. We get to see him have growth and learn what to do, what not to do.
Especially with
And
the icing problem. Don't forget the icing problem.
oh my god, icing problem. What icing problem? Bonk. Very satisfying bonk sound effect too. But yeah,
Well,
I really like
well, I was gonna
us
say,
getting
I
the
was gonna
training
say,
montage.
I was gonna say because you remember that scene when Obadiah Stane confronts that scientist, and you actually told me a little bit of trivia too about that scientist, Bradley, a while
Oh,
back.
the kid from Christmas Story.
Mhm. You shoot your
Yeah.
eye out, kid. Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box full of scraps. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not Tony Stark. Like that sentence pretty much encapsulates what you said, Bradley, about Tony Stark, because like I mean, a true genius like that would be able to build, a miniaturized arc reactor with nothing but scraps in order to
Yeah.
keep himself alive. You know.
Yeah, I mean, we get to see it in Endgame when they're having all the time jump problems, and Tony just shows up and he immediately says, "Was this the problem? Is this what happened? Yeah, I already solved it." You're like, okay. But yeah, I really do like how just incredibly intelligent that he is, and I also like how later on that causes him problems, especially in Age of Ultron,
Yep.
with he tries so hard to think of every contingency and every possible scenario that other people are looking at him being like, "You're crazy," or him thinking, "How am I going to protect the world? How am I going to do this? How am I going to have?" And he starts having panic attacks. Like I just, dude, revisiting this, I'm like, man, they set up so much stuff so early.
Well, you remember at the beginning of Endgame where he returns to Earth, he's still married to that idea. He hasn't let that go. Like he's still saying to himself, "Listen, I had the solution all those years ago, but you motherfuckers were like, no, we'll do it together." And look what happened. Like half the universe got snapped out. So I'm sorry, but
I would have been Team
what
Iron
up?
Man so hard. I'd been like, build the shield, build it twice. Oh, shit. We'll have Ultrons. It's fine.
I mean, well, it's better than having a planet thrown at you. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. It is bonkers to look like fight wise where we started versus where it is now and where we've gotten to. Is they have done so much more and they can do so much more. But the CGI in this one I still think holds up pretty well. The only time it gets a little iffy is where you can tell it's the CGI suit and his helmet is off and you can see his face. You can tell that the face is superimposed, but it doesn't bother me. It's not. It's certainly not the 2003 Hulk movie. It's not to that extent at all. But
may we never speak of that movie.
Brendon, you have seen it now, though, right?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
I was like, if not, we're watching it immediately. But
we'll be back. We'll be back after these messages, kids.
No, I was gonna say the reason that everybody always dogs on CGI, and there's reasonable concerns to be had with CGI. I was going to say the same thing, that the CGI still looks pretty good overall in this movie. I think it's easier to forgive the CGI when you're so engrossed in the story and you actually care about the characters that you don't notice it. It's only the thing that's bad about CGI is when you notice the CGI is the real bad thing. Stuff like certain portions of, say, Black Panther's final battle, you notice the CGI happening in certain things. Certain later MCU stuff, you notice the CGI and the green screens and all that stuff. But when you're in something like Iron Man, where the story is just so well told, well shot, well choreographed, you just don't notice these sorts of things.
Yeah, and also keep in mind too, like the early 2000s, like for us, this was cutting edge, right? This was like top of the line in terms of what computer graphics could do. Now, obviously, with the advent of AI, things are a little bit more advanced, now than they were back then. But but to your point, Brendon, even if the CGI was a bit subpar, we were so engrossed with the story because we cared about Tony. We cared about his journey. We cared about where he was coming from. Because I would say, out of all of the characters who were introduced to us in Phase 1, he's the most relatable because we all know what it's like to fuck up really, really badly, and we all want really, really badly to find a way to redeem ourselves and kind of tell our story in a way that we come off looking a lot better than we actually are. Now, most of us don't really get that chance, but but with Tony Stark and with Robert Downey Jr., we're getting a story where we go from this guy who, Bradley, to your point, this guy can fix just about anything with a mechanical pencil and a calculator, but he's just so full of himself that you kind of have to wonder how can anybody put up with him. And even at the beginning, Pepper Potts is like, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this guy. And there's some scenes where I'm like, I wonder if she's ever filed a sexual harassment suit, with HR against Tony Stark, because he's getting pretty chummy with her, like seriously. But at the same time, after seeing what he's gone through, you kind of have, and you see him grow and develop, you begin to think, okay, like this guy isn't, he isn't an asshole like all the time, just sometimes, but not all the time. And I really, really like the fact that, as he's building the suits, as he's going through this trial and error of trying to, find the best way to stabilize his flight or to solve the icing problem or to figure out how to not make his repulsor rays too fatal, he comes to realize, hey, I can actually use this for good. Like, I can actually use this to help out the people in that village, which he does. But I do want to go back to Jeff Bridges for a moment, because he does play a really, really good villain in this movie. And you guys have probably heard this issue, so I'm probably not saying anything new. Marvel seems to have a perennial problem of introducing villains that get killed off by the movie's end.
Seriously, that is the thing in rewatching this. I was like, they did not waste him, but they got rid of him way too early
because he had a lot of potential. Like you could actually see him, being part of some, like Dark Avengers group. Like if they decide to like go something further with like Obadiah Stane, Norman Osborn, I don't know, Doctor Doom, and all these characters, you would have a team that's a perfect foil to the Avengers. But I mean,
and Obadiah is someone who financially is very well off. He's got a lot of power, a lot of political power. I could very easily see him getting out of whatever trouble he was in at the end of it, and then coming back as, a thorn in someone's side. Maybe you have a redemption for him later on. I don't know. Whatever we did, we got rid of it way too early. We were talking earlier about the new Spider-Man trailer that came out, getting to see the guy who played Scorpion come back. I'm like, thank God they didn't kill him, because we get to see him come back. Even if the villain of one of the films doesn't die and we don't see them, I like at least knowing there's a chance we might see them show up in something. It doesn't have to be a big thing.
It was kind of like Gary Shandling's character in what was it, Iron Man 2. You come to find out he's a member of Hydra, right?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, they could. I mean, even if it was something like Obadiah Stane being a secret member of Hydra later on, I would be cool with that because, I mean, I just don't understand why they feel the need to just just introduce us to a villain and then get rid of them, right?
Yeah, any character that appears in a series is automatically going to have more substance behind them. They're going to have more gravitas to their character simply because we've seen them before. As soon as we see them, we're like, I know this guy, I know this girl, I know this person, I've seen them before. Again, whether it's villain, hero, background character, whatever it is, there's more value to them in the story because we're familiar with them. And then it really is introduce, kill for so many of these movies. And it does get, but it's funny because I have that complaint, but at the same point in time, one that really bothers me in Thor is that the big fight at the end against the Destructor, I'm like, this is just a whatever. This was their security guard, and Thor kills it in 2 seconds. I'm like, that's a bit unsatisfying. And then him versus Loki is a fight that isn't really much of a fight because we've all heard the stories about how he whoops the crap out of Loki every 5 minutes. You're like, okay, there's not a lot of weight to that final fight, but it still works because I like the characters. But just them constantly killing off. It does especially suck in because Brendon mentioned Black Panther. the very unfortunate real life stuff with Chadwick Boseman dying, I was like, I'm not gonna lie. I know I'm a sucker for Michael B. Jordan, and I really like him. I think there would have been a really cool story where he becomes the new Black Panther.
Well, yeah.
But we killed him off.
Well, did you guys watch X-Men '97 when it came out?
I have not.
Okay, so Tim,
You can say
re-
it. I'm gonna
okay.
be real honest. I'm probably not gonna watch it. I'm not a big like animated show person
So
anymore.
so at the end of the original X-Men series, the one from 1997, Charles Xavier he gets shot and he gets taken by the Shi'ar to their home world, right? So the X-Men, for like for better or for worse, they don't have a leader. But then Magneto arrives at the X Mansion and he says, per the will of Charles Xavier, he named me as the new leader of the X-Men. To me, my X-Men.
Yeah, maybe I am gonna watch this now.
It's the same. I mean, it's the same thing. What they could have done is, T'Challa, something happens to T'Challa. Eric Killmonger shows up, and Shuri's like, "Well, what are you doing here?" And he's like, "Well, T'Challa named me as his heir,
Yeah.
or as the new Black Panther."
So many good ways you could have done that, and
Yeah.
because I mean, even with it being Shuri, which I don't think is a bad storyline to take it, but the fact that her ancestral vision ends up being him, partially because it makes sense, but also partially because we don't have Chadwick. I'm like, man, there's so many ways you could have done this, so many cool ideas, but they just kind of, I think, jumped the gun. Now, I'm not saying all of them need to survive. Honestly, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, yeah, kill those guys off. That's fine. Um, we really don't need.
Well, we'll get to Iron Man 2 in a bit, but yeah, I mean, there was a lot on the table that they could have kept, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that being said, they did lay a lot on the table for us to deal with, and a part of me even thought, because keep in mind, I mean, this is 3 years after Christopher Nolan came and gave us a much darker and more realistic approach to the superhero genre. In my head, I was thinking they're probably doing the same thing, because at that point you did have the X-Men movies produced by Bryan Singer, which are quite fantastical, really, because I mean, you're talking about mutants who have extraordinary powers. They can control the weather and all that stuff. Not to mention the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. So, in my mind, like when I was, as I'm watching this movie again, I'm thinking they were probably just going with the zeitgeist of, what was going on with the superhero genre and just trying to do something more, realistic, like what we saw with the Batman films. Now, obviously, they didn't pan out too much, but at that time, with that one movie, that's probably where your head was going when you were seeing the direction that they went with.
Yeah, and this movie also does end with Nick Fury. I will say that the only thing I knew about Nick Fury is that in that Ultimate Avengers game, he's the one who's giving you most of your orders. So I was like, okay, this guy. I didn't know Shield. I don't remember that.
Well, in the comics, Nick Fury was a white guy too. So
yeah, and I think in Ultimate Alliance he is. I think he is too. But you only see him for a little bit in the beginning. Then he's just a voice after that. So I was like, okay, I just knew Nick Fury was the boss. But it also is interesting when you mentioned about, particularly in the first phase, how we become so much more attached to Tony Stark as a character. I think it also helps that we see him more because he is the person who does have 2 films in phase 1. Also, if we are so used to, just sort of as a people, we're used to thinking of sequels and things in a series as this one's supposed to say number 1, this one's supposed to say number 2, number 3, or you get Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. If you get the name and then you get the title, we're like, okay. So when we hear Iron Man, we're like, okay. We hear The Incredible Hulk, we're like, okay. We hear Iron Man 2, we're like, okay, those are connected. Right. But the fact that it went Iron Man 1, The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, for the MCU's purpose, for us, it feels like it went Iron Man, then everything else.
Right.
And then later on, we do find out that, because I literally did not know the Incredible Hulk was connected at all until the Avengers. When he flips the thing up on the screen, I'm like, I recognize that. So we do get so much time with him so early on. And yeah, we do get 2 films with him versus 1 film for Thor, 1 for Captain America, and then 1 for kind of the Incredible Hulk, which we get a different version of, which is fine.
Yeah, that's
It's totally
yeah.
fine.
We'll get to that in just a sec.
Yeah.
Brendan.
I'll be honest, I had a thought and I lost it. So,
Yeah, hate to see it.
um,
I mean, listen. Feel free to interject at any time, man. We're not.
Yeah.
You're not treading on anyone's toes here.
nah, I'll be treading on Bradley's toes a little bit. That might be more incentive, honestly.
But
But-
yeah, I mean, but with Iron Man, so I want to go ahead and wrap up our discussion of Iron Man because I do want to get onto the Incredible Hulk. What I will say with Iron Man, at least, I just think it's so cool that you get a character who is so relatable, right? Because when you watch this movie, you're just thinking to yourself, there's no way I can relate to this, and because I don't even know who this guy is. But by the end of the movie, you're like, oh, okay, like I can totally get on board with this. I totally see where he's coming from. Plus, he starts off as a bit of a scumbag, but he's trying to to do right by the world, and he builds a pretty cool suit of armor. That's pretty neat. Jeff Bridges, totally did not expect to see him as the villain, but man, he does a phenomenal job. I just wish he didn't get killed at the end. Like, he dies in the most bitch way possible. Getting electrocuted like that.
Unfortunate.
Any guys, any last thoughts on Iron Man before we dive into the Incredible Hulk?
No, I will say I do remember a bit of what I had a bit ago. I don't have as much of a problem with them killing off the characters in each thing, just because that feels a bit more comic booky to me. Like, maybe that's just because in X-Men they had like the overarching thing with Magneto, but the individual sort of villains that they had in each of those, they kind of did away with them. In the Spider-Man movies, the Raimi movies, they definitely just did away with pretty much all of their characters each movie. They killed off Goblin, they killed off Octavius, they killed off Venom, and then the only one that made it out of the Raimi movies was Sandman in the end.
Man, I love how Brendan's like, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I love murder. I'm a big fan of it.
That's not what I'm saying, and it. Do not put words in my mouth.
Well,
You guys just heard Brendan list every death he really enjoyed in all the Spider-Man movies, right?
I didn't say I enjoyed them. I said it doesn't bother me as much at the end of the movie because
Brendan, we're trying to get monetized here. Good Lord, what are you doing here?
because narratively, villains are meant to get their comeuppance in some way. In the end, you have to have a proportionate end for your villain, as it is as to what they committed in their movie.
So Brendan has no trust in our judicial system. Cool. Got it.
I mean,
Fine,
but to be fair though, because I mean, like, heroes are supposed to have an ethical code where they don't kill, and yet surprisingly, a lot of the solutions they come up with seem to have a bit of a murdery effect to them,
Well, yeah, we have that problem too. It's the old.
I mean, sure. The Red Skull touches this mysterious blue cube, and then he gets, incinerated. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that because, hey, I mean, Steve Rogers didn't make you touch the cube. You touched the cube yourself, man.
Oh my God, that's starting to be the Jigsaw mentality.
It's the old Batman Begins situation where I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you either.
That's true.
But yeah, I think Iron Man, I think what helped it work is kind of like what you were saying, Luca, is that it was a bit more grounded in its interpretation. Like, it feels like it, even with the fantastical elements, it feels like it could more likely exist in our world than not. Yeah. Obviously, you're not going to have somebody who's out here making a super suit that can fly and stuff like that. Like, we've got big.
I mean, not for lack of trying. So
not for lack of trying. We've had people try to make like jetpacks and stuff like that, and it's just not worked out great. But I think that really helps to ground it, and that's really what ended up kind of helping to kick off the MCU as a whole, is just that sort of popularity of and that sort of familiarity in everything. So
Yeah, yeah, and it's pretty cool too, the fact that you get, that you get Robert Downey Jr., someone who has had a history of being a screw up in the public eye, being scrutinized, every which way, from him going on an all-night bender to going to rehab for the 100th time, to playing a character that, he fits into that role like a glove. It's almost as if that role was made for him. So, so not only do you get, great direction from Jon Favreau and a great story, and, well, at that time, killer special effects, but you also get brilliant acting from Robert Downey Jr. Some people would say he wasn't even acting; he was just being himself. It just happens that there just happens to be a camera crew around him following, and he was like, "Okay, well, sure, I'll put on this power suit and fly around and blow up a bunch of Afghans. It's no problem to me." So speaking of fantastical, let's go ahead and take a look at The Incredible Hulk by Louis Leterrier from 2008, starring Edward Norton and Liv Tyler. And we get to see, it's funny that we talked about villains being killed off a few minutes ago. There is one villain who is going to be recurring in future movies, and that's General Thunderbolt Ross, played by the late William Hurt, and later on by Harrison Ford, of all people. But I do want to kick off, because I mentioned this before we got started, but when I initially saw The Incredible Hulk, I thought this was a sequel to Ang Lee's Hulk from 2003. The one with the horrible CGI and the demon dogs that made you so scared you didn't want to go near a pet shop, right? And you kind of have to wonder how desperate was Nick Nolte that he agreed to play Bruce Banner's father and have a really, really confusing and bitchy superpower at the same time. But what we get here is it's actually a far more interesting story than I would give it credit to, because because traditionally the story is that Bruce Banner is out in the desert. They're doing tests on the gamma bomb. He sees a kid, on the test site. He goes and pushes the kid into a trench, but then he catches the full blast and he becomes the Incredible Hulk. Mm-hmm. Whereas here, and this is another thread that we'll see develop, in future MCU projects. It's the recreation of the super soldier serum that Abraham Erskine created, that ends up going not too well. And and Edward Norton in this case is playing Bruce Banner, and he decides to head south, quite literally, to the country of Brazil. And I gotta say, like, when I'm watching the opening scenes when he's in Brazil, the only thing that I can think of was, I bet Louis Leterrier was just thinking, man, I really want to shoot in Brazil. Like, what can I do? What can I put in this script so that we can film in Brazil? Because I want to have the Gracie brothers in there, the guys who teach Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Because I knew that face looked familiar when he was doing that breathing test. Because I'm like, is that,
oh my
God, one of the Gracie brothers? Like,
that is one of the grossest looking things, is when he like sucks it all in and you see the diaphragm. I'm like, I'm not supposed to see that. I'm perfectly fine never seeing that again.
I'll tell you what I did. Like, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, I'm gonna get me another can of Coke. Like, I'm going in the opposite direction. I'm gonna get me a Coke. I'm gonna get me my Reese's Klondike bar, and I might get a bag of chips. I do not want to look like that.
Yeah, when he's trying to like do the heart rate and the guy's slapping him, I'm like, bro, you got a death wish, but okay.
So the Incredible Hulk has a very interesting storyline, and I would even say, like, out of all the Avengers, he kind of gets the short end of the stick, because he only gets the one movie, right? And really, when it comes to his story arc, we really don't see it fleshed out in individual movies. He's always, he's either a secondary character or just hanging out in the back doing whatever it is. Because what we see here is he sort of had an on-again, off-again relationship with Elizabeth Ross, and then something happens and he has to go into hiding. So, gents, let's dive into the Incredible Hulk here. And I gotta say, like, out of all of the MCU movies, I feel like this movie had elements that could sort of work, but they had no idea on how to make it work. What I mean, you had General Ross.
Yeah,
but
that's a very fair statement, because when you watch it, you're like, I'm enjoying this, but compared to some of the other MCU movies, there are a few things where you're like, there's something about this that just doesn't quite feel the same, for better or worse. I do like that it is still kind of, I don't want to say dark and gritty, because I feel like that sets a very different expectation. But I guess just it takes itself surprisingly seriously. Like you had mentioned earlier about the fact this feels like a sequel. We saw Iron Man become Iron Man. We see Captain America become Captain America. We don't see Thor get his powers. We don't see him start, and we don't see the Hulk. Those are stories where we pick up, story in motion, and especially this one, there's already a lot of stuff that's happened off screen that we learned about as we go. And then, yeah, to your point about Hulk being a character in other people's films later on, a surprising amount of his development and story happens off screen. It happens in between films, in between even full arcs where he hasn't been around for a while, and you're like, let's find out what's going on with him.
The big one. The big one in Endgame too, where you come to find out he spent like 18 months in the gamma chamber, and he managed to fuse his mind with the Hulk's body. And it's like, well, that would have been an interesting montage to see, but to your point, it happens off screen. We don't know how it happened. We just see what the end result is.
Yeah, and I think we are just now getting a bit more information about that in the upcoming Spider-Man film, not the upcoming Hulk film. But yeah, this one, it does feel, unfortunately, very disconnected, even beyond the fact it's a different actor. There are just so many things in this that don't feel the same, but I do still think it's really good. I think Roth plays, he's, I think, a good time in pretty much anything.
Yeah.
I really like when he fights the Hulk after his serum injected, like the first time, where he's still
are talking about at the university campus.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're like, holy shit, this dude's like actually dodging some stuff. And I do think it's really funny that there's the thing where the Hulk like throws the giant piece of metal at him, and he like slides up under it, because I'm like, if he didn't, he would have just absolutely cut that dude in half. Like there's no walking that off. But then at the end, he just walks up to him, and Hulk just, this is Sparta, kicks him into a tree like 3 miles away. You're like, well, that was a little underwhelming at the end. But yeah, when you talk about the fact that stuff has happened before this, even in that, when they've got like the sound emitters, like Thunderbolt Ross already has some weapons and tactics specifically for the Hulk. So it is very clear, like, this is not a new story, new person. This is someone who's been here before, who's done some stuff. I freaking love the thing with him trying to speak, I don't know if it is Spanish, but I know that he ends up speaking Portuguese later, but where he's trying to say, don't make me angry, you won't like me when I'm angry, and he can't get the words out right to the guy at the bottling factory. And he's like, you won't like me when I'm hungry, I think is what he ends up saying, which is stupid but funny. And then when oh my God, when he's buying the purple shorts, and he's stretching them to see if they're going to be big enough, he turns around and there's a kind of heavy set guy, and he like holds them up to that guy.
I think that was a woman, Bradley.
Oh, was a bigger person, whatever. You see them from the back, I couldn't tell. But that, oh my God, that's so funny. And then yeah, this one, it is interesting that, God, what, this movie came out, was it?
It came out in 2008, because
it was 08. Okay, I don't know why all of a sudden I was thinking 2012.
Yeah, because it was the second movie after in the MCU after Iron Man.
Yeah, so this one came out in 08, set up storylines and characters that we just got the payoff for some of them in the most recent Captain America film. That is a very long time between.
Well, don't forget She-Hulk, because we do get reintroduced to Blonsky in She-Hulk as well.
So Blonsky's not the one I was thinking about. I was thinking about Timm, Blake Nelson's character. Stern. where
Yeah, because
we
it becomes the leader. Yeah.
and we see a bit of his transformation in this. I don't think it's at the very end, but and then he literally does not show up at all, is not mentioned until the most recent so I'm like, man, they were working on payoffs almost freaking 20 years in the making.
I mean,
um
but to be fair, we didn't see Liv Tyler for another 20 years either. So
which is such a shame. um but yeah, I do like that there were multiple characters and storylines in this that we have gotten to see through a few different things, because yeah, Roth even showed up in Shang-Chi when he was
yeah,
Abomination in that. So I do like getting to see some of these characters pop back up. But yeah, this one still just unfortunately is kind of the dark horse of, if not the entire MCU, certainly of Phase One. Where
yeah.
like I mentioned earlier, I didn't know this was an official MCU film until the Avengers, and then you're like, oh, okay, I didn't know I was supposed to connect these.
Because like you said, because like you said when we were discussing Iron Man, I mean, Obadiah Stane, we got a lot out of him for the time that he was on screen. So we knew what he was up to, and we knew how it was gonna go down, and we knew how Iron Man dealt with him. I felt like with the Incredible Hulk, Banner was dealing with two villains, right? He was dealing with Ross, who's got the full might of the U.S. Army behind him to do whatever it is. I also think it's kind of remarkably disturbing that Ross, whenever he wants, he can just bring out more troops and more weapons, and there's nobody in Congress asking him, saying, "Hey, I don't think that's in the budget." Like, what?
Yeah.
My
Hey,
guy,
the last
man.
20 guys we sent you, none of them are ever gonna walk again.
No, 40. Bradley,
Maybe we should stop.
Let,
uh,
let's be real though. The government in the MCU has been the most like ridiculously dysfunctional yet inconsistent thing in the entire story.
oh, come on. Come on. You let Ross become president of the United States. I mean,
You know
that should
what's
be a good
crazy is
indicator right there.
you mentioned that earlier. I was like, it's gonna sound dumb. I forgot that Harrison Ford was playing the same character because we saw Brave New World, and I obviously knew it at the time, but I clearly have not remembered that film very well. And I was like,
Is it the lack of mustache? I think it was the lack of mustache.
maybe. It was unfortunate. It's unfortunate that I forgot that was the same character. But yeah, like to your point, it very much is a situation where we have someone who is a kind of henchman for the antagonist, then becomes the big fight at the end. So, who is the monster? Who is the man? Is Ross the primary antagonist, or is it Roth who becomes the abomination?
I mean, to be fair, because initially Ross kind of encouraged it because he did retrieve that sample and have it injected into Blonsky, and then Blonsky, I guess for whatever reason he became a bit of an addict.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Well, if there's anything that we know about what the super soldier serum does, it enhances the inherent traits of the character that it's put into.
Mm-hmm.
Like they talk about that in Captain America, the first Avenger and stuff like that. It's the whole like thesis statement of Erskine talking to Steve in that moment. So maybe that's something inherent in Blonsky's character that was there. I mean, I think he references in She-Hulk that he's like does a lot of drugs or something like that, or did a lot of drugs in his life. I don't know.
See, I thought he was referring to the serum when he said that. I don't know. When they talk about him, it very much feels like when we meet got John, whatever his name is, in
John Walker.
Yeah. Like the way they describe him, like he is as clean cut hero type character as he could be. And there is definitely something about the super soldier serum bringing out super soldier serum. That's kind of fun to say. About it bringing, but I also don't know if this is the same thing. I don't know. It seems like when we first meet Blonsky that he is very much a sort of straight and narrow type person, but I don't know. That might just be me thinking that as opposed to them giving me anything to think that. But yeah, I had assumed when he said that line that the serum was the addiction that he was talking about.
Because
But,
because you see it in the movie, he becomes increasingly, irrational to the point where he knocks out that that female officer and points the gun at Stearns and is like, "Yeah, you're listen, you're gonna help me get more of this shit." Like,
yeah,
no question about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I enjoy this movie more than a lot of people might. Like, I think it's still sort of towards the lower tier of MCU if you're gonna rank them from like
Mhm.
1 to what was it, like 57 or something like that in terms of Marvel properties. But um, I I think the biggest issue this one has is they didn't know what they wanted it to be necessarily. Because originally it did, to your point, Lucas, start off. Originally, they were going to make a sequel to Ang Lee's Hulk, and then as development went on, and as the MCU started to become more of a thing in Kevin Feige's mind, he was like, "Okay, I think I'm just going to do this instead." So they did that, and then when they hired Edward Norton, it came with not just him being an actor, but having the ability to be credited as a writer on it,
yeah.
and And so Leterrier has said on the record that the only consistency between those two scripts, between the one that was shot and the one that Edward Norton wrote, was that it opened in Brazil or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It sounds like there was a lot of issues and dysfunction in the production based on
Yeah,
the stories. So I think that definitely affected a lot of the like quality of the film. Um, I don't know.
well, let me ask you guys something because when I'm watching this movie, I just think there's so much awkward chemistry between Edward Norton and all the characters around him, right? In his interaction with Liv Tyler, it's like I I find it really really hard to believe that these two have known each other for a long time, and were actually a thing at at one point, right? I think really the only I guess the closest interaction that comes off as believable is between Edward Norton and William Hurt, right? When he's playing General
Yeah.
Ross and
Yeah.
he's trying and he's going after him. So I just want to get your guys' take. Did you guys feel like there was a lot of awkwardness on Edward Norton's part? And more importantly, how do you think the movie would have played out had Mark Ruffalo been in that role from the very start instead of taking over in the Avengers movie?
So I was before you added that, I was literally thinking that the fact that the Incredible Hulk can lose his shit at any given time and go absolutely nuclear.
Mhm.
I think about if I were given that character description as an actor, I would think, okay, I'm probably going to be a bit uncomfortable around people. I'm probably going to be nervous that someone is going to say something, do something, I'm going to react or just explode without realizing it. And I feel like, because I also was thinking about like the way that Rogue is in X-Men, where she acts a certain way around some people because she's scared of touching them. The
Right.
idea that anything could set you off at any given time, you might act a bit uncomfortable around people. I definitely feel like those are two actors who had that same point, and one of them did really well with it, and one of them took it too far. I think Norton comes across as a bit weird and a bit not having chemistry with anyone. I personally think he's trying a bit too hard to get that character detail, to get the
He
fact
was
that
he was kind of like over methoding the method.
I think so. I think there's something about it where I'm not sure if it's a no, screw it. I know it's an acting thing. I just think he took that one particular character detail, took it too far, and then the end product is every interaction you see him have with someone, you're like, this is off in a way I don't like. Whereas you get someone like Mark Ruffalo who comes into it, and I always think of the scene where he gets kind of cornered by Natasha at the start of the Avengers, and he's like he's wringing his hands. That is such an easy thing to do as an actor if you want to look immediately physically uncomfortable. If you start wringing your hands, that's such an easy thing to do. He's able to do that while still being a character, while still interacting with people and being a good like scene partner. I feel like Edward Norton took that and went too far with it. Whereas, whereas Mark Ruffalo, I think, is just so much more natural with it. I think a little bit of that in the nicest way possible is because he is a bit more awkward of a person in real life. I think that's probably
he's also very soft-spoken too, because if you watch any of the interviews he does, he's very soft-spoken, and that's perfect for someone like Banner, who is supposed to be like this timid character. So when he does turn into the Hulk, it's like, you can't really believe that's the same guy, because it doesn't square. Like, the math isn't mathing right there.
Yeah. And between the two of them, I definitely think it's the same character detail they're both trying to get. I just think one of them does it considerably better.
So how would you think the movie would have played out had Ruffalo been in that role instead of Norton?
I think it's especially hard to say because I know that Norton had so much writing control over it. So it's a little hard to say, if he had been involved, maybe the script wouldn't have been rewritten so much. So maybe even some of the weirdness that we feel from the story and from the characters, maybe that would have been different if there hadn't been too many people involved. I, to be honest, still think the film would have been maybe not, I don't want to say forgotten the way that it has been. I think it would have been regarded better. I definitely think, especially when he showed back up in Avengers, again, when I mentioned earlier about as soon as someone shows up we've seen before, they've got more oomph to them. But I don't know how much effect it would have had. It's so hard to say because I know that Norton messed with the script so much. That's the thing where I'm just like, I would have liked to have known what the original story and script would have been, because this one does feel very disjointed, even just going from one plot point to one plot point.
Because to your point, it sounded like they were trying to appease Norton just to keep him on, really.
Yeah,
they're trying to like make Leterrier happy, but also they wanted to appease Norton, and at the end nobody was happy because, well, we've seen the end result, really.
Yeah, I forgot until Brendon said that I do remember hearing that this film that he had Norton, I have heard from like multiple projects he's worked on that he has had serious creative control, and actor usually does not tend to have in projects. And then for better or worse, if you I do theater. I know what it's like if you're getting too many voices telling you things at one time. If you do not have the one clear definitive voice, it just causes issues every single time. It muddies the waters. That is what this film feels like. It feels like there is disjointness in, again, just going from scene to scene. It's not as cohesive as a lot of these other films are. And it feels it. It feels like it. And it's one of those things that you might not be able to put your finger on it, but you're like, something about this doesn't click the way the other MCU films do early on. And I think that's got to just play a big role.
And do you think that probably would have? Do you think probably that might have played a huge role as to why the Hulk only got the one movie, as opposed to the others who got 3 movies?
Hard to say moving forward. After the Avengers, I really assumed we were going to get another Hulk movie. I've been thinking that for a very long time now. I remember when Black Widow's film was announced, a lot of people were like, we're really getting a Black Widow film before we're getting an Incredible Hulk film. And people were like, well, we had an Incredible Hulk film. And everyone's like, no, not that one. It's such a weird stain on the MCU now that I don't know, man. It's just such a weird thing. I don't know why we haven't gotten one since then. I don't know if maybe that's a Ruffalo thing or if it is definitively, Kevin Feige MCU team thing. I really did think after Avengers, I'm like, obviously we're going to get another Thor, another Captain America, I thought maybe that's around the time we would have gotten a Black Widow movie, but it just didn't turn out that way.
Yeah, I'd be curious to, if I ever had the chance to pick Kevin Feige's mind about something, why they've handled the Hulk in the same way. Is it like a budgetary thing? Is it a thing with Ruffalo's contract? Is it like, what is it? Like, is it hard to? Is it because you're worried about like the problem of this guy is so powerful you don't know how to deal with him in this way? Because you've shown him not to be like overly powerful. You've shown that like Thanos could overpower him and stuff like that. So that
And
Wanda
Hulkbuster.
could definitely mess with him too.
yeah. So I'd be curious to know what the thought process is on how they've handled Hulk all this time. Because as much as I enjoy the way that they use Smart Hulk in Endgame, it always bothers me a little bit that they went that direction with it. Did you
think it was too soon? Do you think maybe Smart Hulk could have been introduced like far later than they would have introduced him?
I think ultimately the thing that bothers me is that it was done off screen in between everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think just not having the like they explain it, but there's not an adequate explanation. And the core of the Banner character has always been this duality of okay, he's Banner on one hand, Hulk on the other, and he's a constant teeter-totter between the two, trying to find that balance on everything.
Okay, for the record, I'm dying because Brendon's like, yeah, my one problem, it's a little bit of a no. I have heard this complaint from him 400,000 times. I have heard manifestos about having a problem with this.
Brendan, is there something you wish to share
problem.
with us? The floor is open to you. I mean,
I was like, dude, every time I've heard him be like, Smart Hulk is dumb. I hate Smart Hulk. It happened off screen. It's dumb. And everyone who chose it was dumb.
Yeah, not that I wouldn't go that far, but I don't know. In terms of the overall movie, I think the production issues were the biggest downfall. Would those still have happened with Ruffalo in place of Norton? Again, hard to say. Like Bradley was saying, I like Edward Norton as an actor. I think he's a really good actor. I think he's very good at certain things. And I don't think that the Hulk was the right thing.
Yeah, he's more of a
doing.
Yeah, because when you think of Edward Norton, he's like more, and he's perfect for those eclectic movies, like Birdman, for instance, or what was that?
Yeah,
it's a really, really famous movie that everybody was talking about. Was it American History X or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like movies like that, he's perfect in. I think we can all agree Edward Norton isn't really suitable for like the mainstream like superhero projects right there, because it's too involved. And and Bradley, as you were talking about your experience in theater, I was just imagining you being in the director's chair, getting up and smacking Edward Norton and be like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. You are not writing this bitch.
Dude, like seriously, when I was thinking about it, I was like, I cannot tell you how many times I have been working with someone where they are given a character note or it's like a particular character detail. And you're like, you're taking it too far. This does not need to be any one character detail. Does not need to be the entire thing the character is about. And I keep thinking, I'm like, he took it too far. I will say that I think if Mark Ruffalo had been in The Incredible Hulk, I think it would have been better. I think we would remember it more fondly. I still don't think it would be enjoyed all that much more than it is now. I really don't think its place in the, like when Brendon was talking about, like if you were to number them and tier them, I don't know that it would move that much. Even if it was same script, same everything, but you just swapped actors, I really don't think it would still move all that much. It still is missing a lot of the cohesiveness that really the MCU films in general have had, particularly some of the earlier ones, because as I'm sure we all know, they kind of unraveled a little bit after a while. But especially those earlier ones, it's still missing that cohesiveness. So as much as I adore Mark Ruffalo, and I do really like Edward Norton as well, I definitely agree. I think if you give him something where it's like a really weird character, but you want it taken very seriously, dude, he is such a good choice for a lot of those kind of characters. Yeah. This just doesn't work for me. But yeah, the film overall, I think is perfectly fine. Actually probably my favorite moment in it is when Brendon was talking about, and we do see it, where it's Bruce Banner and the Hulk, to think of them as like two different entities. I really like the scene in this where he is in the shower and the shower head, all of a sudden he has like a little bit of a traumatic hit where it becomes the minigun on the, I don't remember if it's an airplane or a helicopter that was shooting at him as the Hulk, and it
Yeah.
freaks him out as Banner. I kind of like having that, like, I wasn't even the one in control of the body. He's the one who went through all the stuff, and now I'm the one who has to deal with the aftermath, and I'm the one who takes a shower and has a panic attack. So I do really like that. I think that's a smart point in the movie. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's the film is fine. I do really like that it gives us the line later on from Banner where he's like, "Last time I was in New York, I kind of broke Harlem." That's a good line.
That I mean, listen. As much as we want to malign the Incredible Hulk, there's no denying that fight scene at the end is amazing. I mean, now,
Really
now, granted, yeah. Now, granted, the CGI may have been a bit off, maybe a bit wonky, but I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. I definitely enjoyed it.
I like that design of oh my god, no, the Abomination. I was like, Annihilation. I'm like, nope, that's not it.
Nope.
I do like the Abomination design in this a bit more, like the spikes, and he looks really scary, and then later on he gets a lot more of like the amphibian look to him. I've seen
that's more like comic accurate as you get.
I was gonna say, I've seen comic pictures. I'm like, that looks a lot closer. I just liked the kind of grittier, meaner looking one a bit more. But at the same point in time, if you do want him to play not as bad of a character, that's a good design choice to do, where you make him look not as scary. I'm like, okay, that's fair.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but watching it again, I was just thinking, so he's completely naked because the Hulk is, at least the Hulk is wearing like ripped up shorts.
Yeah.
Blonsky's going full commando here the entire time as he's getting his ass whooped by the Hulk here. I mean, good Lord, it's. I mean, now that's going to go on the internet along with Brendon, likes watching murder on the big screen. Like Luca just notices naked supervillains. So let's go ahead and move on to Iron Man 2, because I gotta say, like, I was like, when this came out, I was not expecting another Iron Man movie so quickly. I was expecting we would go into either Thor or Captain America, but Iron Man 2, it gives us a pretty interesting take on the villain, because not only are we introduced to Vanko, who is the supervillain Whiplash, but we also get introduced to another villain who sadly gets his 15 minutes of fame and then he's out of the picture, and that's Justin Hammer. And I feel like I
want him back so bad.
Listen, just like with Obadiah Stane, Justin Hammer had a lot of potentials. You had to like smooth them out a bit because it was a bit rough around the edges, but there was some potential there. Yeah. I in watching this movie, a part of me felt like they had a lot of things right in the first Iron Man movie. They sort of know what they're doing in the second Iron Man movie, but it's starting to get a little bit disjointed here, because now you're throwing in other people like Nick Fury. He's got to make his appearance and tell him, oh, by the way, your dad, Howard Stark, the guy you said you don't really like and who said doesn't like you, yeah, he's the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, he also discovered a secret element that could save your life, because somehow your dad knew you were going to have this magnet put in your chest with palladium that's slowly killing you. And
Howard was like, man, one day when my work partner blows up my son, this is going to be so cool.
Also, can I just say, Scarlett Johansson makes a pretty sexy secretary. I'm just putting it out right now. Like, I think I speak for all of us when I say that. Like, especially, and can I say, for those few minutes when Happy is driving her to that facility, I would not have paid attention to the road one bit. Sorry.
Crash. If Luca had been happy, that would have been the end of the film. Crash, killed them both.
Oh, done. Please, you would have done the same thing. Come on.
Absolutely, I'd probably have crashed.
You and Brendon wouldn't even be holding onto the wheel. He would just be sitting there drooling.
Yeah, I do. I really like when she was first introduced, because again, as someone who didn't read the comics, if they had name dropped her as Natasha 1,000 times, I wouldn't have known who that was. No. So to find out that she is Black Widow, I was like, it was really cool. Watching her beat the hell out of Happy was really fun. But yeah, this one it does. You get the introduction of Black Widow. You get Nick Fury actively taking a part in the film in the series. We do get Don Cheadle now as
Rhodey.
Rhodey. I almost said Rory. God, my brain's giving me like names that are slightly off today. So
War
you
Machine also. Yeah.
yeah. We didn't even talk about him in the first one where he looks at the silver suit and he's like, next time. It's like, dang.
But see, and no shade on Terrence Howard, but he was almost a non-entity in the first Iron Man movie. So when you see him again, you're like, all right, so what's he supposed to do this time around? You know?
Yeah, and I will say that I thought he and Robert Downey Jr. had good chemistry. I think Don Cheadle
Oh,
just fits so well. Like even later, Don Cheadle and freaking Rocket have some hilarious moments later on. Oh my God, when he does the thing about killing baby Hitler, he's like, what if he just okay, first off, that's horrible.
well, it's Thanos.
Yeah, dude, like Don Cheadle he fits just so much better.
He
And
is such a perfect foil to Robert Downey Jr. Can I say? And
yeah,
they play off each other so well. It's almost like watching a comedic double act, really.
that's a really good point. That's a good way to put it too.
Tony Stank. That's just thinking. Yeah, Tony Stank is over here.
But yeah, the second, I mean, I know a lot of people hated on this. I feel like, especially after it came out, I historically have seen things where if you've got a three of something, you got the first one, second one, third one. First one typically is the one where people remember it the best. Second one is the weird one where they try a lot of stuff. And then third one is where like, okay, maybe we perfected it now. You see that in video games a lot. I've seen it in book series a lot. It never fails that the second one is the one that gets a little weird. Second one, they try a lot of stuff. I personally, I like it. Sam Rockwell is absolutely fantastic in this. Mickey Rourke is fine. I will say if it were me, I would have cast someone else. That's just me. I love Mickey Rourke, not throwing shade, but
would you care to share who you would cast as Whiplash?
Jeff Bridges. I would have cast.
It's like well, now he's speaking Russian. He's all covered in tattoos.
Oh my God, that would have been funny. I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. I just know that as much as I like Mickey Rourke, I'm like, I don't know how much I like this casting.
Yeah, I think Mickey Rourke is honestly probably like the biggest problem I have with this movie because I think he's so miscast in this. I don't know who I would cast as Vanko, but I think honest to God, I would not have had Vanko in this. I would have just had Justin Hammer doing his thing.
But so what was it about Mickey Rourke? I guess his characterization of Ivan Vanko that kind of made you think, it's not really vibing here.
I don't think that it works. I think Mickey Rourke has the same problem that Edward Norton has, where he's very good at doing certain things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is one of them. I think the character was just, first of all, the character feels very choppy. Like it feels like they chopped up a lot in the editing room. Apparently, just like Edward Norton, Mickey Rourke is one of those that has a reputation for being a bit difficult to work with on sets.
No.
Apparently, the bird thing in the movie was just Mickey Rourke bringing his own pet bird to set one day, and they just incorporated it into the movie.
I'm sorry.
Scripted.
Does he think he's the fucking Godfather? What the?
So
also, like, do you expect me to believe that a tattooed Russian convict knows his way around physics? Like, I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the Russian penal system, but I'm quite sure physicists and engineers aren't doing hard time in Siberia. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah,
he also subdues those two guards like it's nothing, and I'm like, I don't know if I buy that.
Yeah, I don't know. They hand wave it away by saying that his father worked with the Starks on something or other, and that's how he learned everything. They hand wave it away. But I don't know. It just Vanko as a whole, that plot doesn't really work for me. I don't think he's very interesting. I don't think they give him a lot to do, honestly. Like, he just shows
Yeah.
up, looks imposing, and then he's just
See,
gone
that's
for a
the
while.
thing I was gonna say is really so much of his stuff is physical. You could have cast honestly kind of like a no name. You could have you didn't need a big name for this. I think there are three things I think in particular with him is one, there's the scene early on when his dad dies where he does his like anguished yell. When I'm watching it, I'm like, they cannot have done this scene more than once because there's no way someone was like, that's the take. That's the one we're going to use. It's not good. The second thing is a very unfortunate thing with Mickey Rourke is I don't know if I think Mickey Rourke is a good actor. I have seen him in things and enjoyed him in things. I've never particularly sat there and been like, this dude's doing some work. It doesn't help that he's sharing scenes with Sam Rockwell, who I am the polar opposite of. Everything he's in, I'm like, even when you are the worst character ever in like the Green Mile, like I hate your character, he's such a good time and he's so dynamic, and him sharing scenes with that just really really brings out the weakness in Mickey Rourke and Mickey Rourke's character. The only thing I will say is if you had it where Rockwell was completely the bad guy and even the big Whiplash suit was just a big suit, I feel like you're setting up too much Ultron level stuff too soon, because then later if you did that later on, you'd be like, oh, he's just doing the same thing Rockwell did, except now there's AI and doing it instead of a guy doing it. So
Yeah.
I think maybe that would have been maybe not jumping the gun, but taking a bit of wind out of that sail later on. But I do agree that I think a lot of it's really choppy. I don't have as much experience on the editing side, but I definitely do think I would have cast someone differently and I would have handled the story a bit differently. I think it would have been pretty easy to have someone who was just I will say I actually recently saw something like this in the newest Mortal Kombat movie, where the guy that they cast as Shao Kahn is this just massive wall of muscle. And I remember seeing it and thinking, oh God, he's going to be like a bad actor and they're just going to have Shao Kahn be just a walking pile of muscle. I thought he was great. Like, I was thoroughly impressed where this big guy looked the part, but was also like really doing some acting and bringing the character out. I think because this character for Whiplash is most of the time meant to look imposing, you could have gotten a big guy who could look imposing, but could still really had some acting chops.
Kind
I
of like
think-
with what they did with Ron Swenson in Batman and Robin when he played Bane,
Oh
right?
yeah, oh yeah, 100%. I just feel like they could have cast this a bit differently. They probably wanted a big name, which I get, but I think if they had cast him differently and smoothed out some of his scenes, gotten rid of the bird shit, the bird stuff. I didn't realize that made it sound like actual bird shit. And then yeah, I really do think if they'd had someone who was really able to act with Hammer to at least to a certain level where it's not clear that one of them is really doing his thing and the other one's just there.
Well, I think
those were the big
well,
weakness for me.
I think it was because everybody was still riding off the success of The Wrestler. I think
Yeah.
that's the reason why I was like, yeah, let's just get Mickey Rourke in there because he did play this character. He does have he does look physically imposing, so we'll just put him, in the role of Ivan Vanko and Whiplash, and we'll just run with it. Really.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely think coming off of that, they're like, this guy is currently in probably his bulkiest shape he's been in yet. If we're going to cast him in something like this, now's the perfect time. And they were wrong. They were just flat out wrong. Hindsight's
kinda like-
2020, but they were wrong.
It's kind of like what they do with Pedro Pascal, where he does the Mandalorian. All of a sudden, he's doing The Last of Us, Gladiator 2, Fantastic Four, all these projects. And it's like, well, he was in one successful thing, and all of a sudden, you're just oversaturating the market with him.
Yeah. And that, is unfortunate the way a lot of casting goes, where they want sometimes they'll put a name far over talent or far over, because I will say I see it and freaking community theater. I see it all the time where people will get precast in things because they were just nominated for some award at some show 5 minutes ago, and then you go and see the show and you're like, they were shit. They were absolute trash and should never have been in this show.
Yeah.
So it
So-
is unfortunate. That's the way casting goes.
So, Brendon, to your point, so do you think, so like, if you were, if you were doing Iron Man 2, would you have seen Whiplash as a primary character, or would you have dispensed with them altogether and just focused solely on Hammer in this case?
I mean, Bradley brought up a pretty good point about Hammer with the whole old, like jumping the gun on Ultron thing. I hadn't considered that before. So that's fair.
That's what I'm here for.
I think I would probably, in thinking about it that way, go a bit more like what Bradley was saying, where it would be sort of, he'd just be this, like you were saying, a Bane character from Batman and Robin, where they're just kind of in the background. They're the muscle. Maybe they do a little bit of acting here and there just to say a few lines. But I think Hammer's the mastermind of the whole thing. Part of that is just, I'll echo everything. I love Sam Rockwell as an actor, so I want to see him do more. I hope to. There were rumors when they were talking about doing that Armor Wars show that they were going to bring him back with Don Cheadle in there.
Where were they in Armor Wars? Because I hadn't heard anything in a while.
I think it's canceled now, unfortunately.
Oh,
but,
damn it.
But I was really looking forward to seeing him come back, so I'm fingers crossed Justin Hammer will make a return at some point in the MCU going forward. But if they're resetting everything, they might not.
Oh my god, fucking cast him as Iron Man. Oh my god, fucking cast him as the new Iron Man.
So you don't want Tom Cruise, you want Sam Rockwell as
Of
Iron Man.
course. I love Tom Cruise, but yeah, no, that I didn't even think about it when you mentioned the idea of if he was going to be the. I will say I don't know comic wise what Whiplash's story is, the thing about being like the physicist, the story with his dad. I don't know if that is actually a thing, but it would have been, I think, great to have kind of the way they do for the Shocker in the Spider-Man, where he's like the henchman who is the one doing a fair bit of the fighting, but then particularly in that one, someone else is the mastermind. The idea about someone copying Tony's arc reactor, it very easily could have been Hammer. He really could have been the mastermind, and Whiplash is just his guy that he needs in a suit because he can't quite make the automated ones to the level he wants. That would have been such an easy write.
And maybe he could have. And maybe he could have like struck a deal with Obadiah Stane to kind of get access to the arc reactor.
Oh my
right?
god! We're rewriting this shit. We could have done this so much better now.
Well, another thing I would add too, because I know we're not doing talking about Iron Man 3 right now, but I would even say that Aldrich Killian could be the final link, because maybe Hammer kind of uses Killian as kind of like the diversion to kind of fully complete what would have been like the prototype for the for that nanotech armor that we'll see later on in Infinity War and Endgame.
That would have been cool.
Because Killian was experimenting with the Extremis virus, and in the comics, the Extremis armor, is the precursor to the Bleeding Edge, which is basically the nanotech. Except in the comics, the armor is stored in Tony's bones and not some chest plate thing. So another thing
I will say one thing I love about too, though, is the Happy having the suitcase. And
that suitcase armor, holy shit!
It is so. I love that we get that, and then in Civil War, he's got the watch that he can turn into like the one repulsor hand. We see, and then once it gets to nanites, it's really easy that he just presses it and done. But I really like that throughout the series, we've gotten to see how his technology has progressed and how he's found new ways to do his suit. Even in Avengers. Avengers, and then in 3 having the ones that come in different parts and things. That's really cool. But in this one, it's just Happy looking around the suitcase.
He always handcuffed to it too.
Yeah, that motherfucker's got to be heavy too.
So I do want to touch on a few storylines in there, because we did harp on the fact that Mickey Rourke only got the job because of the wrestler. I mean, there's no argument about that. And apparently, and apparently we're all in agreement that Justin Hammer should have been the only villain in this movie. And if you did have to have Vanko in there, he's more of the dumb, the dumb brute who says, "Duh, boss, what do we do now?" But I do want to talk about Tony Stark in the current state that he's in, because he is suffering from palladium poisoning, and that kind of leads him to do a bunch of reckless things to where it culminates in the big fight with with Rhodey, and Rhodey absconds with the armor. And my God, that scene where he takes the armor back to the Air Force Base and they meet with Hammer, funniest scene ever.
Oh, funny.
Let's talk about this, fam, because I keep going back to that scene because Hammer's like, he's just like pulling out all these guns. He reminds me of the sommelier from John Wick 2.
Yep.
That's what it
100%.
reminds me of that scene. So, guys, Brendon, Richard, either one of you can start off on this because I don't know where to begin.
I was going to say that scene as an actor is a bit of an actor's nightmare, where you are talking nonstop for what feels like an hour. But fucking Sam Rockwell is so good that I am hanging on every word he's saying, every action he's doing. The fact that as he's laying them out on the table, we see amassing the armory that's in front of him, and then
he's also wearing gloves too. Let's not forget he's wearing gloves.
The gloves are a nice touch.
Yeah.
And then finally at the end, where he's just been like, "You're a Stonewall. You're giving me nothing. Come on." What? He's so defeated at the end of it. He's like, "What the fuck do you want, man? I put a minigun on the table. Like, come on."
Don't forget the ex-wife.
Yeah. Oh my God. Then when he shoots it, Hammer Tech. Yep. Oh my God. I will say that even in that scene, though, I like the difference in weapon technology, that everything War Machine has is a bullet, an explosive, a kinetic thing, and then Tony's out here shooting lasers like his life depends on it. So you can clearly see the difference in one that was really kitted out by Hammer Tech versus what Tony has access to. But yeah, oh my God, that scene is so funny. Leading up to it, the one thing I don't like about Tony as much in this is he thinks, to the best of his knowledge, that he is dying. And that's when he starts making all these reckless decisions, starts burning bridges, starts being shitty to the people that care about him. I just don't know that I agree with that. I think that's a remarkably depressing way to take the character in this. I would think he would do the opposite.
And it's also pretty shitty to bring strawberries to someone who's allergic to strawberries. Like,
yeah. I do like when he goes and dumps them in the trash can, the fact that he doesn't even, he gets like maybe a third of them in the trash can. Like, he doesn't do shit. They just dumps all over the floor. It's the disrespect. But I really, really like, though, I think when we did the Fantastic Four, I talked about the type of technology I like is old-timey technology that's still really high-tech. So like Tomorrowland type shit.
Yeah.
When we see the Stark Expo video, I like that that's the sense I get from that, is that it's old, but it's very, very advanced, very high-tech. That's right up my alley.
I was going to say, I think my favorite personal thing that I think of, my favorite thing is sort of the exploration of Tony's relationship with his father in this movie. I think that's the thing that I think of most when I think about this movie, if I'm being honest with you, because they do that part of the script, and the plot is just so well written, so so tightly wound. It just works, and it really fleshes out Tony in a lot of ways. It brings out that sort of, you get hints of it throughout the MCU, even in one, sort of the issues that he had with his father, and it really shows you who Howard Stark was, who Tony was, and how these two were so similar yet so different from one another in a lot of ways. And it really just adds so much to Tony's character in that way.
And I also love the fact that you have, Fury kind of serving as an interlocutor to kind of just say, Tony, whatever you thought about your dad, it's completely wrong. And I love, and it's just so interesting that Fury, would basically come and tell Tony, hey, you you didn't figure out all your options, because Tony's desperately trying to find a way to find a replacement for Palladium, right?
Yeah.
And Fury's just saying, well, yeah, you didn't find all the solutions, and then he just goes into the whole thing about, your dad, left something for you, and he said, you would know what to do with it, which I think this is the first time that we actually see Tony confused, because Bradley, to your part, this guy's a genius. Like, he has a solution somewhere. He can pull one out of his ass if he wanted to. But here, like, he's genuinely befuddled. He has no idea what's going on. So when he does watch that video of his dad, he kind of builds a 3D wire model of the Stark Expo, and he realizes that's the missing link. He's like, huh, I guess I really don't know everything. I guess I still do need my dad.
It's very interesting, because to your exact point that you just said, is we hear it and see it in the Avengers when Steve is like, if a guy lays on or steps on a wire, what do you do? He's like, I just cut the wire. And Steve's like, that's you, Tony, have an answer for everything. Like, it really is exactly like what you just said, is yeah, he's got an answer to everything until he doesn't.
Sorry.
I was going to say that's a thread that we'll have to talk about in Iron Man 3 as well, because Iron Man 3, dealing with his PTSD, it's all about him not having a solution on how to fix all of that. So
Yeah.
it's an interesting through line through the 3 Iron Man movies, where Tony comes from to where he goes.
Yeah, and to your point, from earlier, it also kind of like lays the foundation for what we'll see in Age of Ultron, because because that trauma definitely plays into what what we see in Age of Ultron, where he creates this entity that gets out of hand, and even then, it kind of creates a through line to Civil War, which ends up leading to the breakup of the Avengers. But another thing that I would add too is the fact that when we that with with the first Iron Man movie, it's very localized, right? It's a movie that if you watch the first time around, you just think, oh, this is just a standalone movie like any other superhero movie. In Iron Man 2, we are now introduced to the characters who are laying the foundation and informing us that there is something much bigger going on here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the post-credit scene we get at the Incredible Hulk, okay, that's cute. He does mention the Avengers Initiative, whatever. But here, it's starting to we're starting to see more teeth on there. We're starting to see there's more substance to just Tony merely saying, "Oh, there's the Avengers Initiative," or "You put your faith in super soldiers. I put mine in hardware."
Yeah, literally, this one's post-credit scene is you're like, okay, cool, Thor's next, got it.
The hammer.
And yeah, and one thing we talked about with I thought about it earlier and forgot to say something, is I talked about when a character shows up, you're like, okay, cool, I know this guy. Coulson being in Thor connects Thor to Iron Man 2 to Iron Man 1. The only thing that we have up to this point that definitively connects the Incredible Hulk is the post-credit scene that just shows Tony being there. That's really it. He wasn't in the movie. We didn't have any connective tissues from there. And then, now we get this one's post-credit sets up this one. This one's post-credit sets up this one. This one's post-credit sets up everything. So you do get a lot of laying the foundation and a lot of interlocking characters, particularly with Coulson, Fury, playing parts in other people's stories that we're going to see, especially in Phase 1. Because Thor's freaking Coulson's all in Thor. Captain America's a little different because of the time that it takes place, but as soon as he comes out, Nick Fury's right there.
Yep.
So yeah, we do start seeing a lot of that interlocking a lot more as we go.
Oh, Brendon, did you have anything to add?
Oh no, I was gonna say it's just it brings that interconnection a lot more in this movie, because the time when Fury visits Tony when he's in the donut is the same. I guess it's all a part of the same week where like Fury finds the hammer and they send Coulson out there. Like, it's all, those two movies are happening at the same exact time. So
yeah,
really
that's right. That's right. Because Yeah, that's right. Because Coulson says, "Oh, oh yeah, I got to go to New Mexico.
Yeah.
I'm wanted there." And then Tony's like, "Oh, okay. Oh, let's not forget the shield too, because remember when Tony's building that little
Oh my
reactor?
God.
In his
Oh yeah, you
room.
you get like the half the shield and stuff like that.
I also like the kind of disrespect about being like, here, I need that. You're like, oh, okay. And then he just uses it to prop something up on.
Yeah.
I get a kick out of that.
Oh,
The
good. It's
moment
purple.
that in the moment they almost play it with that reverence, like, oh look, it's Captain America's shield.
Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, but that's the thing about Stark is that he's very irreverent. Like he doesn't really take anything seriously. Like later on in the Avengers, when he confronts Thor, he's like, "Oh, you guys are doing Shakespeare in the Park? Doth mother
Yeah.
know thou weareth her drapes?"
Never takes anything seriously.
So speaking of Thor, let's go ahead and dive into Thor Odinson, son of Asgard, because Bradley, to your point, in Phase One, we're getting origin stories, right? And even with the Incredible Hulk, we kind of learn about how Bruce Banner became the Hulk because they were trying to recreate the super soldier serum, and instead of using Vita rays, they used gamma rays, and well, we see the results. Here, Thor's pretty much fully formed at this point. Like he has his godlike abilities. He can control thunder and lightning. It's more. This is more of Thor just learning how to be a king, because at this point he's pretty much, is petulant the right word? I mean, would you call him petulant? Because because I would say like he's pretty much just going around just like starting wars with with the different realms. And I gotta say, like, there's some elements about this movie that kind of confuse me, because directed by Kenneth Branagh, right? Anybody who's familiar with the work of Kenneth Branagh will know he's synonymous with Shakespeare, because a lot of the movies that he made back in the 90s were adaptations of Shakespeare's plays. Big one for me that comes to mind is Henry V, starring a young Christian Bale in that movie. So so when you watch this movie, it feels very much like Kenneth Branagh is trying to give it a bit of a Shakespeare flair, right? And a part of me wonders, why that's necessary, but at the same time, he is trying to create, an atmosphere and a society, for lack of a better word, that is, otherworldly. That's, that isn't rooted to the present until, Thor crash lands in New Mexico, and then, he seems a bit out of place. And then when the Warriors 3 and Sif walk through that same town, they're mistaken for a bunch of Ren Fair cosplayers. But I do want to go ahead and dive into this, because and this is the same issue that I have when I watch Thor: The Dark World, is I'm not entirely sure if they're trying to represent this as science fiction or if they're trying to present this as fantasy, because do the frost giants live in a different realm, or do they live on an ice planet? So let's go ahead and dive right into Thor, and let's see if any of this makes a lot more sense to you than it did to me, because I'm so confused.
They made him dye the color of his eyebrows. That is the thing I will never forget about this Thor, is every time you see it, you're like, why does Hemsworth look so unnatural? And it's because they made him dye the color of his eyebrows, which is very unsettling.
Which probably means why he's unhappy.
But yeah, I mean, so for Iron Man 1, we saw like the progression of his, quote unquote powers. By the start of it, he's a guy. By the end of it, he's Iron Man. 2 was much more character work. I don't think he ends the second movie any more powerful than he started. In Captain America, we're going to see he starts out not Captain America, gets his powers. By the end, he's Captain America. This one, I don't think he gets any powers in this film. I don't think he ends the film any more powerful than he started it, but it's so much about character work. So it's like we don't see him become Thor, but we kind of see him become Thor. That sounds dumb, but it kind of makes sense, where we're not seeing him gain his powers, we're seeing him become the character. So this one's so much more about him, like you said, trying to become the king that he needs to be, the leader that he needs to be. That is so much more what this is about, instead of him discovering his powers or learning how to use them better or anything like that. It is so much more about the character itself. And then, yeah, this one we do get the setup of Loki, fan favorite returning character moving forward. We do get Hawkeye in a little bit of this. We do have Coulson in this, so boom, right there, we've got a lot of connective tissue. And then, yeah, like you had mentioned, there's a lot of, I would say it's more fantasy for me. I would say it's much more fantasy, and then the scientific side is, it's so funny because it's like the opposite of what we as humanity have done, where we have seen things happen and then people used to use fantastical elements to try to explain it. Oh, the sun rises and goes down because this god has a chariot and blah blah blah, stuff like
Right.
that, as opposed to what in this case Natalie Portman's character is seeing, where she is seeing mystical magical things and trying to use the scientific side to explain it. I wouldn't say it's like more on the sci-fi side, because I think it's pretty incidental to the story. I think it's much more fantastical for me, and then her explanations are just her way of explaining it. I will say that this one has so many characters that show up in like so many other things, like moving forward, because this one we've got one of these characters ends up in WandaVision.
Yeah,
One,
Darcy.
yeah, and then oh god,
I think it's Stellan Skarsgård's
Skarsgård.
character.
Yes, I always forget his name. He is a pretty predominant character in the Avengers film, and then a number of movies past that. So it's like we're now starting to see that the characters we're introduced to, they're not just for that franchise. They're not. It's like you're allowed to use Iron Man characters outside of Iron Man. You're allowed to use characters from Thor in something that isn't just a Thor movie. We're really starting to set that up now, and dear God, are we going to see that moving forward? As these characters start interacting, as their stories start intermingling, you're going to see people in everything. I feel like this is the first movie where it's set up to the point where I'm like, wow, they introduced like 7 characters that we're going to see in so many things moving forward. But yeah, this one's really, really big character piece. I think big props for casting Anthony Hopkins as Odin.
Mhm.
I think that is good, because you want to talk about someone with motherfucking stage presence. When he gets angry, I'm scared. I'm just like, oh God, Hannibal Lecter, please don't. No, 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 no. He's so good. He's so good at being intimidating without being, he's good at being intimidating without being threatening. Like, he is not holding a gun at someone saying you're going to do this because I said so. No, he says something and you are like, you feel the danger behind his words. Anthony Hopkins does that so well. But I think the casting for him is fantastic. Tom Hiddleston, I think, is absolutely fantastic. I will admit, I really didn't like Loki for the longest time. I really did not like Loki until about halfway through season 1 of Loki. I really didn't. I was like, God, this character, he sucks. He's so annoying. Halfway through that first season, I was like, oh shit, I'm kind of starting to get it now. And I will say now, the TV show Loki, I think, is the best thing the MCU has produced at this point. But to have him,
well, season 1 anyway. Don't know how
I don't know. I really like season 2 as well, but that's definitely just me. But yeah, we're really starting to see we call it the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I feel like this movie is really where we're starting to see the universe being built, as dramatic as that sounds.
Yeah, big emphasis on the universe portion, because to your point, this is where, because the first 3 movies are pretty much like focused on Earth, like this is Earth based. Now we're getting to see that there's a much greater aspect to the Marvel universe than simply what's going on Earth. And as Thor will allude to later on in the Avengers, them having control of the Tesseract is a sign to the other realms that the Earth is ready for a higher form of warfare, right? So
Yeah.
this is just a pre-taste of what we can expect going forward.
Yep.
To your point about Anthony Hopkins, I was just thinking, like, I think the only other person who could have done it was Clancy Brown. because if nothing else, Clancy Brown has that voice that's like that resonates, and he did voice Odin in Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes. So so he has that going for him. But I feel like with Anthony Hopkins, like he has the sternness of a king, but he's also very tender. Like you can believe like he's a loving father, right?
Yeah.
And now what's also interesting too was that it was originally Tom Hiddleston auditioned to play Thor, but Kenneth Branagh was like, I think you're better off playing Loki. And I'm glad Kenneth Branagh made that call, because having seen him now in Loki, the TV series, it's like I couldn't imagine anybody else playing this character. Like,
absolutely could not. Not in a million years could I imagine anyone else doing that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back a little bit. I think the thing that we've been talking about with this one is the character drama, the character. I think that's why Kenneth Branagh kind of was a inspired choice to direct this one, because the story, in terms of scale and in terms of what the story they're trying to tell with the issues between the father and the son and the royalty and all that, it's almost Shakespearean in its own way.
It's very much, it has a Hamlet vibe to it almost.
Yes. So I think I enjoy a lot of Kenneth Branagh's movies and direction. Some of them get a little out there. Even some of his choices in this movie are very, like, some of his camera choices, all the canted angles and Dutch angles and everything else he does. It's a little much, but he's Kenneth Branagh and I'm me, so what do I know?
No, he made him dye his eyebrows. No.
But yeah, this story is very, I will say this is one of my, I know a lot of people don't care for Thor very much, especially in these early days, and like this first movie, and especially the Dark World. I don't think it'll find anybody defending the Dark World on just about anything. I really enjoy this movie. I think this is up in my top like 15 or 20 MCU properties. Like,
yeah, I mean, the thing about Thor, I kind of approach Thor the same way that you would approach Superman when it comes to making these movies. This is someone who already has, the power sets of a god. How can you tell a compelling storyline? And I think where Thor has the advantage is he has his family, right? Superman, I mean, he's basically an orphan kid, so there really isn't much of a family tension to have. Whereas here, he's got to deal with the fact that his father has these expectations, right? Because his father expects him to be the king of Asgard, but he doesn't really know how to fit into that role yet. And then he has his adopted brother Loki, who finds out, hey, I'm not actually Asgardian, I'm actually a frost giant. So now I don't know if I fit in with these people or if I need to go and live among my own kind. And the thing that kind of irritates me about Thor, right, is it's not that he's a big meathead, because you kind of expect that from a guy who's running around swinging a hammer all over the place. It's the fact that there's a bit of a naivete around him. Like, he's so willing to trust everybody. Like, especially in the Dark World, he's just willing to trust his brother Loki. And then when he walks away, you come to find out that, oh, Loki's been masquerading as Odin the entire time. So it's like you kind of have to wonder, like, at what point does he come to the realization that, hey, maybe you should be a bit more sus about these people. Maybe you should ask a little bit more questions. Maybe you should learn how to think for yourself instead of just willingly trust and believe that everybody is going to keep their word,
I mean, I can see where you're coming from on that. I think some of that naivete just comes from sort of might come from his position, I mean, how many times do we see the spoiled, arrogant prince character in fiction, the one that doesn't really know how the world or the universe works, and they're just constantly used to being like pampered, and their world is their world, and you're the next in line to be king, so you're going to be the next greatest thing in the world. Everybody's going to love you,
So you would attribute it to more of him leading a sheltered life, right?
that's the way I've always kind of interpreted it personally. I mean, yeah, he is a bit of a meathead jock. He acknowledges oftentimes in the future movies, like the way that he always tries to think the best of Loki, even though Loki constantly lets him down. So what is that if not some naivete and some sort of just he places a premium on his family and wants to believe that his family will always do best by him and everybody in the realm.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It
I
doesn't
mean,
bother me as much.
I mean, the first two movies. He's pretty much doing the same thing. He's very trusting and very. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's also very courageous, and that definitely helps out. But by the time you get to Ragnarok, that's when we begin to see, oh, he's actually not that dense. He can actually see through people because, well, he ends up tricking Loki for a change after being on the receiving end of Lord knows how many times of Loki's schemes.
And it's funny that you mentioned Ragnarok because that's the first standalone Thor film where Thor has like a smart decision where he's like, I can't beat Hela. We need to come up with a plan. I know what to do, because the big plan at the end of Thor: The Dark World is Loki's plan. It's not Thor's.
No.
At the end of the first one, he doesn't really have a plan. He's just sort of going through it. He is not the thinker. He is very much the barbarian that is we see some stuff later on where he is shown to be a bit dumb, but it's kind of like when he's in Earth. Yeah, he said the thing about later on, oh, you couldn't send an email. Do you have a computer? No, what for? So we see some stuff like that later on where there's just a bit of disparity between his world and our world that he wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's like a coming to America kind of vibe.
Yeah. But I do think he's pretty consistently shown to not be brightest bulb in the bunch. I think it's a fine character trait to have. But I do really think, and I think part of that is probably because of the group of people that he's surrounded himself with up to this point. It's sort of like a D&D party where everyone has their own strengths that they bring into it. So if I'm not going to be the smart person, I don't need to be the smart person. I've got that covered. I don't have to be the charming person. I've got that covered. So I think a lot of that probably comes with his group, which I will say, fucking love his friend group in this. The Warriors, I like.
Yep. The Warriors 3, man.
They genuinely care about him. They want to see him succeed. The casting on all of them, I think, is fantastic. They really do want him to be the best version of himself, to whatever extent that has to be. But I really do. I like them, and I also like the fact that we're talking about him being kind of like the dumb pretty boy, and then he ends up with whatever type of physicist she is. I think it's good pairing. I really like the stuff about the height difference between Natalie Portman and Hemsworth, about whenever they would have to do like a kissing scene or something where they got to be up close, she'd have to like walk up a ramp to look like it's a little closer to eye level to them. I get a real kick out of that. But yeah, I mean the first Thor I think is fine. I'm surprised no one's mentioned Idris Elba yet as Heimdall. That I think is excellent casting. Heimdall is a freaking unit, because it's funny that he's the guardian of the portal, and we get a bit of reverence with that. We're like, okay, so but then when the big fight happens towards the end, we just see him get frozen. So you're like, well, what the heck? He didn't seem all that strong. But then in the Dark World, when ships show up, he's taking ships out with daggers, and you're like, no, this dude is a unit who got surprised in that first one. Okay, I can roll with that. But yeah, I think the casting in this one is probably the most solid top to bottom that we've had so far. Like,
so you would agree that they did a good job in casting Hemsworth as Thor?
Absolutely. In the first movie, I don't know that I definitively would have said that, but especially as time has gone on, no. I think is fantastic.
Yeah, especially once Taika Waititi gets his hands on it, he begins to kind of break Chris Hemsworth out of that Shakespearean mold that Branagh kind of molded him into in the first movie, to where now he can be a bit more open and casual.
Yeah,
as opposed to because like what you see in this movie and the Dark World is it's very stiff, it's very formal, right? Everybody kind of knows their place in Asgardian society. So when Taika Waititi comes along and gives us a Thor who's out of his element, it actually works. Like you come to realize, wow, this character is actually pretty funny. Like all you have to do is just destroy Asgard and boom, you got something. Actually, you can actually hang out and have fun. But I do want to talk about what's going on Earth, because it's kind of the sword and the stone moment, right? So Thor so Asgard gets attacked, when just before Odin declares Thor, king of Asgard, because he's got to go into the Odin sleep. And then Thor decides, well, you know what? Let's just preemptively strike Jotunheim, because fuck those guys. they came into our house. We're gonna go mess some shit up. And Thor actually does a number on the Frost Giants. I was expecting them to be bigger, if I'm honest with you. Like when you say Frost Giants,
you hear giants, you're like, okay, and then you see them, you're like, okay.
They're 2 inches taller than Thor. How does that make them a giant?
The one thing I will say though is if they had made them 16 feet tall, and then Loki's like, I'm a frost giant, you're like, bullshit. You're normal sized. You're like 6 foot.
You're a runt. That's what he
20.
is.
What the fuck? Yeah, they are a little tiny from what the name.
I mean, I was expecting at least 50 feet minimum. Like, I mean, come on, they could at least be a little bit bigger so they pose a challenge to Thor. Like, I could walk up to them and knock them over, for God's sakes. I mean, I'm not built like the God of Thunder, but I was watching. I'm like, no, I could take these guys. I'm like, come on, like, give me a spear. I'll deal with these guys myself.
That's funny. Yeah, I like in this one and in the Dark World when we see Thor go into fights where he is just so much more powerful than anyone there. I mean, he's just throwing the hammer and it's just going around the battlefield and just obliterating everything it touches. I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of like that. And then seeing the Warriors get to do their stuff is really, really fun. I don't understand the Frost Giants that broke into the place and they're like, we're gonna escape now, and then they see it's not the Protector. What's it? The Destroyer.
The Destroyer. Yeah.
I'm like, did they not know this was here? Like, he literally makes me think of in the Neverending Story when the Knight goes through the place and it's just these giant totems with super energy death beams. I'm like, yeah, how did you not know they had energy death beams? Like, how did you not know that?
I mean, they see the cask of ancient winters just sitting there unguarded. They don't think to themselves, hey, maybe we should be a bit more careful because maybe there's a trap we don't know about.
Yeah, they're like, this is unguarded. Second guy's like, wait a minute. Why is this unguarded?
And he gets vaporized too.
Yeah. Yeah, this one, I think it does a good job setting up characters and a bit of story. But, there's not, beyond that, I don't know that there's like a whole lot going on here for me.
Because, I mean, when you watch this movie, you really just want to see how it ties into the rest of the movie, which we get a pretty hefty scene, as you guys alluded to earlier, where we find out that after Thor gets banished to Earth for being a prick, Odin hurls the hammer, into New Mexico, and everybody decides, hey, there's a hammer there, let's go ahead and get it. Although one guy at the diner said it was a satellite, which I thought was a bit of a weird thing, because I guess this guy's never seen a satellite before. I guess he thinks hammers are satellites. But Shield comes along, and the one face that made me stop and think was just seeing Jasper Sitwell there, because we see Jasper Sitwell at that site around the hammer, and I'm thinking, dude, this guy's Hydra. Like, y'all know that? Like, how do y'all know Hydra's not trying to get the fucking hammer?
Yeah. I will say this one has my favorite Stan Lee cameo, where he's the redneck in the truck with the chain. Did we get it? Probably my favorite one.
I mean, that track that plays in the background too. I fucking love that too.
That one's really good. I don't know if that's my favorite Stan Lee cameo.
I like it because that would have been me. I would have been the guy with the pickup truck, be like, put a chain on it. I got it.
Well, the guy was also there was another guy barbecuing while everybody's trying to lift the hammer, and one guy's like getting loaded, and he's like before he tries to pick it up. So
See, those are my people. Those are just there for a good time. Yeah, and the idea about the hammer can be picked up by those worthy has so many good setups and payoffs moving forward. Captain America being able to move it a little bit and then being able to use it flat out later on, then making the jokes about if you put it on an elevator, does an elevator go up? Elevator's not worthy. And he's like, I'm gonna miss these talks. I like when it's in, I think it's in Ragnarok, where the big dragon creature is coming at him and he's like, hold this, and he like sticks it in his mouth and just lets go, and it goes to the ground at the end of this movie when he just sets it on Loki. I really do like how when Hulk tries to pick it up and you're like, okay, it's not a weight thing because Hulk should be able to pick this thing up.
yeah,
I really like that is such a consistent through point, that it gives us some cool moments, it gives us some funny moments, it gives us some creative moments. Big fan. Such a simple setup that we just get to see so many different payoffs for moving forward.
well, the rules are also kind of weird because in Age of Ultron, Vision it just picks it up like that.
Yeah,
and you kind of have to wonder, like, so what does that say about Vision then? If someone who's supposed to be like, for all intents and purposes, a synthetic creature, he's able to pick this up. What does that say about him and the enchantment? And also, don't forget, Jane Foster in Love and Thunder was able to wield the hammer too.
yeah, maybe that part changed after it broke. We don't know. Maybe the rules are different.
I will say, I think the thing with Vision is normally attributed to, like, he's newly born, so he doesn't have anything weighing on his soul or his conscience that would be causing him to not be worthy anymore. That would be about the only thing I could think of that would possibly explain the Vision thing.
No, he came from Tony Stank's AI. He downloaded the internet. He is tainted just like all the rest of us.
Bradley, don't forget, because in Infinity War, Banner basically tells him, there's bits of me, there's bits of Tony, there's bits of Jarvis, bits of Ultron in you. Yeah. And we all know what happened to Ultron. So
yeah, he was the real hero of the story. I've seen some people suggest that because he is there, some people say there's something like Asgardian about him. I'm like, I don't really know about that. It's just that's
a stretch.
Yeah, I'm about to say he gets created by lightning at the end, but the one that other people have suggested, I'm like, okay, is the fact that because there is a certain extent to which he is cybernetic / synthetic life, it is kind of the rules of if you put it on an elevator, it takes it up. The elevator's not alive, so the elevator can't be worthy or not worthy. Maybe that's the reason Vision can do it. He's not worthy or not worthy because he's not technically alive. But I'm like, it makes sense. We don't really have a way to refute it.
But you could also make the argument too. The reason why Rocket and Nebula weren't disintegrated by the snap is because they're mechanical. They're cyborgs basically. So
interesting point.
But so Thor, he gets sent to Earth where he has to learn how to not be a dick, right? and I tell you what, the one gag that I kind of got tired real quickly was him getting run over by Jane. I thought it was funny the first time, but then when they're at the hospital, it happens again. I'm like, okay, like either she's a really bad driver and she shouldn't have her license, or this guy is just so unaware of his surroundings. He is just getting run over wherever he goes. Right?
It's a mix of the two.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I might be misremembering it, but every time he gets run over by her, isn't it because she's sort of like distracted by trying to figure out like something with the Bifrost or something with the stars and stuff like that? Like you could argue that it's she's just distracted all the time thing. In which case she shouldn't be.
No,
she
Brendon,
still shouldn't be driving. But
Brendon, no, it's the Einstein-Rosenberg bridge.
Oh my God.
Yes, that's right. Yes, thank you.
I do love when she's like science, and he's like, no, it's magic.
No, that one,
not wrong.
no, the one scene where they're sitting outside and he's drawing the map of like Yggdrasil, and the way she's like laughing, it's like, oh, that's so cute. Like, oh. She's not paying attention. She's just like looking at him, like, yeah, that's so cute. You're drawing trees and everything. It's like Farrah Fawcett's character in Cannonball Races, where she's like, oh, I love trees. But I gotta say, because when Thor's on Earth, it's kind of like an Amish kid being thrown out into the real world, right? He is learning how to live, and he even says, I think at one point he even says, this mortal body is weary, I require sustenance. In which case he puts away a pretty huge breakfast and smashes a few coffee
I was
cups.
gonna say, I like this. Another. I swear I think about that quote at least 3 times a day. Like all the time. Every time I pick up a glass, I think about going, another.
Bradley, you don't drink coffee though. So.
No, but I have a lot of mugs, and I'm like, that would be satisfying. Just slam a glass mug on the ground.
I like this drink. I'll have another. I tell you, the one scene, I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but the scene that really got to me was when they go back to their lab or wherever it is, and Shield is like absconding with it, and Jane Foster's basically saying, "Well, you guys can't take everything. You can't take my notebook." And one of the agents just picks it and grabs it out of her hand casually and walks off with it. And I was just laughing at that. I'm like, I shouldn't be laughing at this because this is a serious thing. They are technically stealing her research.
Yeah.
But I'm just watching. I'm like, so how the fuck did they know to come after her like right away? Because the way I see it, she's pretty low key. I don't imagine she or Selvig are doing anything, where they're just advertising, hey, we're also investigating this magic hammer that landed on Earth. Please come and talk to us if you have any questions. It's just one of those things that made me scratch my head. But what didn't confuse me was the fact that Shield sets up this entire city, as Jane describes it, around this hammer. Like, oh my god, like it's just amazing how quickly they can do that when you have the full backing of the US government behind you. And Thor decides, you know what? I'm gonna go get my hammer back. After he learns that he can't ride a dog, Jane Foster decides, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a ride to the site after all. And then we see what I think is one of the funniest fight scenes in this movie, where he basically just takes down every single guard that comes after him, including the big guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I like the fact that he went through all of that, and then at the end of it, you're like, Hawkeye could one-shot this dude like it was nothing. Even though he just tore through like most of their security force. But he's like high up though, so how is he gonna get there? He timed away. Hawkeye. One thing we've learned about Hawkeye is that if he wants to hit it, he's gonna put an arrow in it.
Yeah.
The fact that it's raining when he gets to the middle is funny. I'm like, of course it's gonna rain for it to be dramatic all of a sudden. It's a good shot though when he goes to grab it, and you just know it's not gonna work, but it's still disheartening when it happens to him. Yeah. I will say the one thing I kind of don't like as much about when the Warriors 3 show up is that they fight the Destroyer and they get just absolutely walloped by this dude. I kind of wish they had, I guess, were stronger. When I think about them being the companions and compatriots of Thor, you're like, okay, cool. They're going to be like really powerful. And maybe they are, and the Destroyer's just a lot more powerful than them. But the fact that Thor takes this thing out like it's nothing is where I'm a little like, well, that's disappointing. It makes it feel like either he's too strong or they're too weak.
I mean, well, keep in mind, one of them did get wounded in the beginning of the movie against the Frost Giants. So
yeah, that's true.
Because Thor barely got touched when he was taking them on. So I think it's more of like Thor has like because he used the example of the D&D crew earlier. Maybe Thor has the particular skill set and power level that makes him suitable to like take point, while everybody else kind of does their own thing. Well, except for Volstagg. Volstagg, I guess he just decides I'm just gonna eat my feelings away for some weird reason. Although I will say that that's one scene where the Destroyer hurls him into the diner. I was expecting him to look up and just see like a pie and just be like, "Ooh, what's that?" I was disappointed when that didn't happen. I was like, "Oh, come on! You throw Volstagg into the diner and he doesn't even react to that. Like, come on, dude."
Lame. Missed opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. But Thor does learn his lesson. That's the thing. Like he sacrifices himself and he finally learns the true meaning of what it means to be a king. And then part that kind of confuses me is this. So when Thor gets killed, right, by the destroyer, all of a sudden the hammer starts to come to life, and then you get a shot of Odin in his sleep and you see a tear rolling down his face. So Odin is aware of what's going on, right? Even though he's
I don't
in the
know.
Odin sleep.
Yeah, them calling it Odin sleep jokingly is what I started to think about in Batman and Robin, where he just puts the word bat in front of everything. Here's the Bat credit card, the Bat cave, the Bat. I'm like, Jesus, okay. Them calling it Odin sleep, I'm like, man, they're just not even trying. They don't really explain it that well. Like, they're like, oh, it was so hard sending your brother away that he had to go into a magic coma, and they're like, cool. And I'm like, why is everyone accepting this? What is this normal? Like,
I thought Asgardians were like tough. Like, what's going on here?
yeah, I was like, this dude's got murals of him obliterating planets and fighting deities, but he gets a little boo-boo and he just goes into a magic coma. That's really how this world works? It seems a bit dumb. That the Odin sleep thing, I have no concept for how it functions or is supposed to function. Clearly he is in some way aware of something. Maybe he's aware of the fact that Thor maybe did actually die, or maybe he feels the power of the hammer because he's the one who whispers into it and puts whatever power cursing on it. Maybe he feels that releasing, so maybe that's how he knows that Thor has become worthy. But that's a lot of maybes. They don't really give us anything definitive.
Yeah.
I think there was like a throwaway line or something about how his power was fading and he needed to go into the Odin sleep to like regain his powers or something like that. But that's about the only context we get to it whatsoever.
I'm
like
sorry, we have to plug Odin in to recharge every couple of years. Are you shitting me?
More like every like 1,000 or something like that. But
yeah,
Well, keep in mind. I mean, he's
keep in mind that
Asgard.
keep in mind he is probably thousands upon thousands of years old, so it would be the equivalent of every 2 years to him, but still.
Well, keep in mind in the Dark World we're introduced to King Bors, who was the father of Odin and the grandfather of Thor. Did he have to go into the Bor sleep like on his end, or?
Oh my god! I just
we just needed a way to get Anthony Hopkins out of the way so that Tom Hiddleston could do conniving things. Okay.
You know what? That's fair. We are overthinking it.
Well, either that or Anthony Hopkins was charging a lot by the hour, and they're like, okay, like how can we keep how can we like not pay Anthony Hopkins too much money? Okay, we'll just say he's asleep and most of the time.
Put him in this bed, put 25 cameras in here. I want every single angle so we can use one angle per every 10 minutes of this movie, and we don't have to pay him for the day.
Also, let's make sure we get some gratuitous shots of Rene Russo, and we're good.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, like, because what we see happen to Loki at the end of Thor, and then what we see happen in Avengers, right? There's a huge disconnect because in Avengers, Loki is telling Thor, "I've traveled to all these places and I've been talking to a lot of people," and Thor's like, "Well, who the hell have you been talking to?" Yeah. Whereas what happens at the end of Thor, Loki just falls into the void. Like, I'm not entirely quite sure like what transpires between him falling to the void and then him deciding I'm just going to go ahead and lead the Chitauri to Earth and just subjugate the place. Because the only thing that I can figure out is that Loki wants to be king, right? So if you can't be king of Asgard, then you might as well be king of Earth. But again, like, I would like to see like what exactly was he doing, from that period where he fell into, I guess, the vastness of space, and then him showing up with an army of aliens, in Avengers.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those off-screen hand wavy things that they have where they have a line about I've seen all this, I've done all this, how that's it. We know that he is working sort of indirectly for Thanos. We don't know, did Thanos rescue him? Was he looking for Loki? Was Loki always aware of who Thanos was? We don't know any of that. Um, for me, I don't really know that I needed to see it. I don't know that it mattered to me all that much. Because when I think of Loki leading the Chitauri, I definitely think of it all under the guise of Thanos. Like Thanos is the mastermind of this. Loki just happens to be the person he's putting in charge of it.
All
So
right.
I'm fine enough with it. What really bothers me is that his like second in command dude with the crazy fingers who like threatens Loki, we see him get murdered by Ronan in like 2 seconds. I'm like, no, I wanted more of that guy. Who was that guy? Why do you have so many fingers? I don't even know his name. I wanted more of that dude.
Ronan was a little bit too hammer happy that day.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they're pretty hand wavy with it. But like I said, for me, it doesn't bother me too much. I think if Thanos saw it, if nothing else, he could have been like, I want to conquer this world. I maybe happened upon an Asgardian / Frost Giant that also wants to conquer it. It's pretty strong. He knows the Tesseract. I can put him in charge of it. But I mean, it just hit me though. That Loki clearly knows how to use the Tesseract to teleport, use its power and whatnot, because we see him immediately use it at the start of Loki. When that
Yeah.
Loki doesn't die, he picks it up, boom, he's gone, teleports immediately. So he knows how to use it. But yeah, we don't.
Furthermore, he's not disintegrated by it because
Yeah,
you see what happens to the Red Skull.
yeah, that's true. I don't know why.
I mean,
Asgardian versus human,
yeah,
humanist.
well, Nazi anyway.
Yeah, because freaking Nick Fury touches it too when he puts it in the
Really?
suitcase. Yeah,
Oh,
when at the start of Avengers, when he puts it in the suitcase, he touches it and
oh.
puts it in the thing.
Well, he's not using his bare hands, I
I
imagine.
think he's wearing a glove.
Yeah.
Is that literally what it is? Red Skull's just in like that cursed afterlife, being like, son of a bitch, I took my gloves off to be dramatic, and freaking that's what got me killed.
Yeah, now I'm stuck on this planet guarding a stupid stone, telling people to jump off a cliff. I bet Brendan likes that.
Oh, that's funny.
It's like it's like in Avengers Endgame. He's like, "Oh man, I hope that bitch jumps." Like, you better
Okay.
go.
Okay, no, I was not rooting for. Up until the last moment, I wanted them to find a way to save Gamora and save Black Widow and everything, but I don't make the rules.
I'm surprised there isn't a pile of bones at the bottom of that valley. But
Dude, seriously
Well,
though.
Red Skull has all that time in the world. He probably just cleans them up or something.
hey, he's got all of eternity, right?
Yep.
Speaking of the Red Skull, let's dive into Captain America: The First Avenger. And I gotta say, for this movie, I was a little bit surprised that this wasn't the first movie to lead off the MCU because I just assume you would go in chronological order. You would start with Captain America, maybe do Thor, then Iron Man, and then the Incredible Hulk, and then do whatever. But no, I guess you saved the best for last. In which case, we're introduced to Steve Rogers, who is played by Chris Evans, and at the time, it was a little bit. I wouldn't say controversial, but it was a little bit confusing, seeing as he had already played, Johnny Storm in the Fantastic Four movies, and a lot of people were wondering, well, he already played one superhero, like why have him play another one, right? But I gotta say, like, out of all the movies that we've discussed so far, this is a proper war movie, right? And this is, the MCU doing, diving into different genres. And I feel like with the Captain America movies, they love to experiment with different genres. So obviously, First Avenger, it's definitely a war film. Winter Soldier, it's definitely an espionage thriller, kind of like 3 Days of the Condor, right? And then
Yeah.
Civil War is basically it's basically a heist film, or kind of like an Escape from New York kind of thing, where they're trying to get Bucky to Wakanda so he can get deprogrammed. But when we're introduced to Steve Rogers, as with the comics, he's this undersized, skinny dude who, as one senator says, he looks like he could do with a sandwich, and he comes and he's really, really eager to join the fight, but obviously the U.S. Army took one look at him and just laughed and said, "Yeah, keep moving, buddy. We don't need you." But there's something about him that gets the attention of Abraham Erskine, because Erskine, decides he's the perfect candidate for this program, and as we'll learn, and as you mentioned already, Brendon, the super soldier serum, it doesn't really change anything; it just enhances. So, what we see with Johann Schmidt, aka the Red Skull, someone who's already demented, it just makes him even worse, right? And with Steve Rogers, someone who is noble, who's pure of heart, who is self-sacrificing, it definitely amplifies his heroic qualities. So I want to go ahead and dive into Captain America: The First Avenger, because not only is this a war movie, but there's something quite tragic about it, because out of all of the characters that we've seen so far, Iron Man, may have lost, I guess, his ability to not have shrapnel go in his heart. He still has Pepper and Stark Industries, right? Thor, he lost his powers for a little bit, but he still has his family by the end of the movie. Unlike the Dark World, where he loses his mother, and then Ragnarok, his dad is gone. And then the Incredible Hulk, well, Bruce has always been more of a solitary character, but with Steve Rogers, there's something quite tragic about this, because by the end of the movie, he loses everybody, really, thanks to the passage of time. So let's go ahead and dive into Captain America: The First Avenger here.
Yeah, one thing that kills me when you talk about losing everyone, you mentioned it earlier, Neil McDonough is one of my favorite people out there. And the fact that he is cast really well, and then that's it. We get him for one movie, and then because of time, that's it. That one sucks. But yeah, this one, I will say this film is the one that the first time through I liked the least. I didn't really enjoy it all that much. I love Hugo Weaving. I love Toby Jones. Always a good time. Captain America to me has always been a little boring of a character. He's a little bit too much of a goody two shoes. I like Spawn, the Punisher, Ghost Rider. Like, I like these like darker characters. He's just a little too red, white, and awesome for me.
He's a Boy Scout, basically.
Yeah. And I really like later on to see how that plays with other characters, obviously, particularly Iron Man. But in this one, with it really being his story, this one really didn't do a lot for me the first time. I love Tommy Lee Jones in this. He's such a good casting for that character. I definitely think that the casting for this one, pretty much across the board, is great. Stanley Tucci is just so good at playing a character that's very soft spoken, but is saying very powerful stuff. I really think that is just excellent casting across the board. The fact that when we see him in the beginning, he's so scrawny, and then the fact that it brings out the best of the person. We see a lot of that in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where they're like, we can't get this right again. Like, we can't get another Steve Rogers. They just really can't. No matter who else gets the serum, it never works out the same way. He really was just like a 1 in a million type person. I love the scene where Tommy Lee Jones is trying to prove a point, and he takes the grenade and tosses it in the middle of everyone, and everyone goes and runs, and Steve Rogers, when he's still very tiny, is the one who jumps on it. Tommy Lee Jones is just like, shut up.
Well, keep in mind too, because they originally had a different candidate for the super soldier serum. And in that grenade scene, we see him hiding behind, one of the Jeeps.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I mean, it should give you a good indication as to who really, well, to use the Thor parlance, who's really worthy of the serum,
Yeah. And they do a pretty good job with Captain America, particularly after this film. They do a pretty good job of using him in ways that doesn't make him boring. This one, like I said, for me, because it's the origin story for him, we do get a little bit too much of him just sort of being Boy Scout that I get a bit but I also love how often we hear the things about this superhero doesn't kill, this superhero would never kill, this one would never kill. By halfway through this film, we've got homeboy shooting Nazis on on the regular, and you're like, okay, he does not have qualms about this.
I mean, but Erskine does ask that very important question. He's like, "Are you willing to kill Nazis?" Right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't really. Well, at least for me, I don't think he gives him a straight answer. Really,
No.
It's like,
but it's good. This film, I think, pacing wise, is like fantastic. I think it's really, really good. I love that when he gets his powers, we immediately get to see him be very effective when he goes after the Hydra agent. I like that you get an idea even immediately of how embedded Hydra agents are throughout everywhere in the world, and just how dangerous these guys can be. Yeah, Red Skull, I think, is fantastic. Hugo Weaving's never a bad choice for anything.
yeah, it's just a shame he didn't come back for Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah, I will say that the guy that they cast, his name's like
Ross Marquand.
So I mostly know him from The Walking Dead, but I have been seeing a lot of stuff here lately with him doing voice acting stuff. I've seen him do like impressions of people and do voices. Dude, he is a monster. He is so freaking talented.
He sounds like Liam O'Brien. I'll be honest with you, because when I've heard him, he kind of has that Liam O'Brien quality to him.
Yeah, he's fantastic. When I first saw Red Skull appear in Infinity War and he starts talking, I'm like, is this Hugo Weaving? Because I'm like, if it was, I feel like I would have heard about it, but it sounds almost just like him.
Yeah, he nails the cadence. That's the thing. The cadence he gets down pat.
Yeah, I think he is fantastic. Toby Jones, I think this may have been the first film I saw him in, actually. And then everything I've seen him in since, I absolutely love him. I think he's fantastic. The two of them together is so funny. It might sound dumb, but it almost makes me think of in the Lord of the Rings movies, particularly Fellowship and Two Towers. Sauron is saying all of these big things, and there's that one orc that's like, "Sire, we can't do that. We don't have the production. Sire, that number's." I love that there are so many times in Red Skull's like, "We're gonna do this," and Toby Jones is like taking notes in the back and just be like, "We are."
He's saying he's pretty much saying the exact same thing to in fact.
Yeah, he's just like, okay. I imagine him being like, "How are we going to do that?" And Red Skull is going to be like, "You'll figure something out." I love those moments. I love Red Skull's car. It's the most extra villain car of all time. It's like
it's so ludicrous,
50 feet
dude.
long.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. I do also like that once Hugo Weaving pulls the face thing off, he's Red Skull the rest of the movie. He takes it and throws it in the fire. Okay.
But you remember that scene before when Arnim Zola goes to me and Red Skull turns off the lamp, and he's got that guy painting his portrait. That was him like being like his natural Red Skull self, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Otherwise that painter took some serious liberties with the face.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It was a very unflattering picture. But yeah, this one I think is really good. Once we get into the war stuff, we're pretty much there. On the biggest issue with me at the end is when he's like, I gotta take the plane down. I'm just like, why? Are the bombs on a timer? Can we not just like take time to think of a different plan? I don't know. One thing I was. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, well, it does play into to what you said, that he's a goody two shoes, because he is self-sacrificing. Like, he is gonna do what he can to save people, but it kind of doesn't work in his favor. And I kind of feel like,
yeah,
in a way, Steve Rogers is kind of his own worst enemy, because he's willing to do all these horrible things to himself I mean, it's noble, it's for the greater good, but it's like, my dude, like, you should have some self-preservation, some thoughts of self-preservation for yourself, man. Like, come on.
Yeah. The two other things about this. One is, look, Peggy Carter's great, but Natalie Dormer was in this movie, and she made a move. And look, I'm not saying, fuck it, I'd have gone with Natalie Dormer. Are you kidding me? Seriously? Not even a contest.
Blondes over brunette, right?
Absolutely. But when you had mentioned earlier about the idea of this being the first film, I think the Avengers is the reason this would not have worked as the first film, because it ends with him being pulled out of the ice. He's awake now. If you do that as the first film, then everything between that and Avengers, you have to explain, where was this guy? Why wasn't he a part of this? If this was happening, why didn't we send him to deal with this? I think them having it be the penultimate one before the Avengers has a good bit of pacing where, okay, we've already learned who Iron Man is. We've already learned this. We learned who this guy is. But what's great about his story is we got to see him back in World War II era. So when he wakes up, boom, we know who he is. We don't need more character development. We don't need him to get his powers. We already saw all that, but it didn't happen in this film like 5 minutes ago. It happened years and years ago.
Well, I alluded to this earlier, but in Iron Man 2, I mean, when you see Tony Stark holding up that shield for a brief moment, I mean, I'm just saying, maybe it could have been Stark was made aware of what was going on, and Shield was asking to kind of manufacture, kind of upgrade the shield that he had been using that had since been, I guess, lost or kind of messed up, in the 70 years that he'd been in the ice.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I will say I have always liked Captain America a lot, at least in terms of the way that the MCU portrays him. I really enjoy this movie a lot more than a lot of people do. It is, I think it's probably alongside Iron Man as like the tightest movie, like the most well realized and well written and just sort of consistently good movie, I would argue. It's very by the numbers. I get where Bradley comes from with the goody two shoes not being very interesting. I think that is a lot of times the issue with Captain America or a Superman, where it's just hard to watch that sometimes, because where do you go from that point? What do you learn? Like, how do you grow? I think Cap has a very similar arc. Not similar, but he has an arc in the same way Tony has an arc across the entire Infinity Saga, where, like you were saying earlier, both of you, he has this very self-sacrificing way of being. Like, he's constantly looking to, okay, what's best for everybody? What's best for this? His arc is about learning to not look at what's good for everybody, and instead learning, like, okay, it's time to do something for me at this point, which is why he ultimately makes the decision to go back in time to live his life with Peggy for himself.
Or you could also make the argument too, like he does make that decision in Civil War where he decides, I'm gonna help Bucky, and if it costs me the Avengers, then so be it. At least I'll be able to help my friend, right?
Yeah. I really enjoy the supporting cast in this movie. I think they really hit gold with Chris Evans and Sebastian Stan as Bucky and as Cap. I think Chris. I never had an issue with the Chris Evans casting. I thought it was a weird novelty, like, oh, he was the Human Torch at one point, and now he's going to be Captain America. That's interesting. Because prior to this, all I'd known Chris Evans from was Fantastic Four, and then Not Another Teen Movie. Which,
oh my god, that was before this. Holy shit!
Yeah, which was a interesting thing to watch.
It was also in the Nanny Diaries too with Scarlett Johansson. So
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. But
I just saw a clip from that not even a week ago, and was like, all right, snapshot this. This looks funny. I'll look into this.
and then Sebastian Stan obviously just has killed it as Bucky up into the present day with Thunderbolts, like just top notch casting. Yeah, you can't do much. You can't do much worse than you can't do much better than Hugo Weaving for your first villain going out there. So
I was gonna say because with Toby Jones as Arnim Zola, when you find out what happened to him, you see him again in Winter Soldier, it's like this is a really really creepy turn.
Absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah. The scene where they're in the bunker and he's doing the talking and it's the electronic version of his face. I'm like, dude, fuck this. This is terrifying. Like, it's so scary. And yeah, Toby Jones is just so good. I just really just acting in general, but he plays that part so well. But I love that in this, there's so many times he's just a disgruntled smart guy in the background. I'm like, that's fine. You're so good at it. You do you, baby.
Well, you remember the interrogation scene where Colonel Phillips basically points out, hey, you know, all the other Hydra agents they ate some cyanide pills. Like, you didn't do that though. You want to live. So what's going on with you? And in hindsight, you come to find out, I don't know if it was part of his plan or if it just happened to be a happy accident that he joined SHIELD and ends up, you know, creating like a sort of like cocoon for Hydra to kind of like, you know, grow in before they hatch and take over the organization. I will say though, Howard Stark, my God, like you can see you can see exactly where Tony gets some of that flashiness from, especially when he's flying the plane. It's like, oh man, like could you imagine if he wore a suit? Like,
oh yeah, that was just young.
You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted. Yeah,
sorry, my bad. That was young Tony Stark. Absolutely, 100%. Like the actor nailed it. The writing was spectacular. Just loved it. Every moment of it.
Also, too, this is the first time where we actually get introduced to the to you know what will become the Infinity Saga, because we are introduced to the Tesseract, and at first the Tesseract is spoken of as like this thing that the Vikings long ago had discovered that was like a tool of the gods, right? Because Bradley, to your point, we see it very briefly in Thor, and then it gets fleshed out a lot more in Captain America. But it's one of those things where the Tesseract is important, but it's also not important at the same time. You know what I mean?
How so?
Well, the fact that the Tesseract,
I get the first part of that. The second part is where I'm like, I mean, Hydra used it to create all their weapons,
but it's not. But it's not really the. I wouldn't say it's not really the big focal point of the story. It's like the secondary focal. I mean, the main focus is Captain America going after the Red Skull, because the Red Skull.
That part's fair. Yeah. For Red Skull, it's just used as a tool. It's not necessarily the oh God, what's it called? Not the Mary Sue, but like
it's the MacGuffin.
MacGuffin. I always
yeah.
forget that word. Yeah, it's not necessarily the MacGuffin. It is definitely used as like a means to an end. Which I mean clearly he doesn't understand it, because it's what ends up killing him at the end, or cursing him or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you see it in Captain Marvel, it's the source of Carol Danvers' powers, right?
Yeah.
But here, and that's the thing about the Tesseract. It's such a funny little thing, because in one movie it's a power source that the Nazis use, or Hydra uses to engineer their weapons. In another, it gives an Air Force pilot her superpowers. In another, it's used to transport someone from one end of space to the other. So I would say, like, out of all the Infinity Stones, like, this one seems to have a lot of usage, really.
Yeah.
Right? Because the Mind Stone, well, we know what the Mind Stone does for the most part. I mean, the Power Stone, the Soul Stone, all those other stones, they're kind of like one-trick ponies. But this one in particular, it's like, it's almost as if, well, if you can think of it, it can do it. Really.
Yeah.
So like the Red
It
Skull,
is also the one we've seen the most.
true. But I just find it so interesting that depending on the movie, it's used for a bunch of different things. you know, um,
It
but
does. It does make me sorry. It does make me wonder whether or not they had initially intended on the Tesseract actually being the Infinity Stone or not when they first brought it into.
that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking too. And I kind of feel like I kind of feel like when they looked at it, they're like, we've already got the Tesseract here. We might as well just say it's one of the stones and just roll with it. And they're like, yeah, cool.
Like we've shown it have so many different abilities and powers at this point. Like, I guess that's it. Good job, everybody. Let's go to lunch.
Yeah, let's all get
I never really thought about it. I just always assumed it was a stone.
Yep, and they all went to get shawarma, and it somehow worked its way into the end credit of the Avengers. So let's go ahead and dive into the Avengers 2012. So all the films that we've discussed at this point have been leading up to the Avengers movie, right? And this is, and what I alluded to earlier, Marvel has a propensity for creating these crossover events. So you have all these individual storylines with little tidbits of something much grander happening, and then we have the crossover event where everything comes together, right? So what's unique here is that Joss Whedon, of Buffy the Vampire Slayer fame, takes over and directs both the Avengers and Age of Ultron, but he's pulling from the Ultimate storyline, because in the Ultimate storyline, or Ultimate Marvel, I should say, the Avengers is presented more as a military spec ops team that's assembled by the U.S. government or SHIELD in order to combat these extraordinary threats, as opposed to in the original timeline where it's just a bunch of a bunch of random superheroes coming together and deciding, hey, we make a great team, let's go ahead and form a team. What I would also say too is that in the original comics, the original lineup was Hulk, Thor, Iron Man, Ant-Man, and Wasp. But what we get here instead, obviously, is Cap, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. So before we actually dive into the Avengers proper, I do want to ask real quickly. So, Bradley, you did mention Black Widow earlier, and we actually did a review of Black Widow a few weeks ago. So check that out. But the thing that kind of confused me at that time was it came out after Endgame, and I was just thinking to myself, like, this is a really, really weird timing for the movie, like, because chronologically that movie technically should have been set right after Civil War, right? Yeah. And I guess and I guess if you wanted to do an origin story, maybe Black Widow would have been better suited for either phase 1 or phase 2. And Hawkeye, we really don't see anything until phase 4, when we get that little mini series, in which case Clint Barton's pretty much ready to hang up the bow and let Kate Bishop take over, because he's got a hearing aid, and I guess for whatever reason he can't hear anymore, so that's why he can't use a bow and arrow. I'm not quite sure.
Well, in that series, he also talks about there are scenes where he talks about the damage his body has taken. He's got like lasting injuries from things, and it like someone says something. There's something about just your ear is bad. What about your broken ribs and your sternum and your back? And it's like an image of like Ultron blasting him through a wall, an image of Chitauri like landing on him. All of this stuff he's gone through. It's like, man, this dude is in rough shape.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, out of all the Avengers, like, he takes a lot of punishment. And he feels it too, because Tony Stark's got a suit of armor. Nothing can hurt the Hulk. Thor is a god. Captain America's got the super soldier serum, and he's got that vibranium shield. And Black Widow is just so fast and so pretty. How could you hit someone like that? So really, at the end, Hawkeye just he gets the red shirt treatment in a way. But I've got to ask, like, what these guys are like the two most, I wouldn't say ordinary, but these two are like the most, I don't want to say the insignificant, but they're ancillary characters in the in the Avengers lineup. I mean, don't you think we would have benefited from maybe having like a movie or a short before we get the full Avengers movies? Because the only time we see Natasha Romanoff is in Iron Man 2, and then Clint Barton makes a very brief appearance in Thor where he decides, I've got this bow and arrow, but I'm not going to use it. What are your thoughts on this, guys?
I'll be honest with you. When I first watched the Avengers, I was like, "Oh, Hawkeye, who is this guy?" Because I did not remember him being in Thor at all. Like I did not remember his sequence at all.
That makes two of us.
Oh, come on. It's Jeremy Renner. That's why I was like, it's the bad guy from SWAT. I recognize that guy.
So yeah, I just I could not for the life of me. It would make sense a little bit more maybe for them to have had their own movies, but I don't know. I agree that the Black Widow movie should, if they were going to make it, should have been done later. That felt like I don't know if it was like a last minute cash grab to get Scarlett Johansson in one more film after they got Endgame.
When you say later, do you mean earlier before Endgame?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm sorry.
Okay, you said later. I was like,
well, at least before
19.
Infinity War. Yeah,
or at least before Infinity War. Exactly. Like it should have been earlier in like phase 2, phase 3 at most. Like it should have been taken earlier if you were going to do it. I don't know what the thought process was behind waiting so long. Like, was it to give Scarlett Johansson one last hurrah after they killed her off in Endgame? I don't know.
Yeah, there's got to be some reason that film came out so late. There's got to be. Yeah. There's no way that was the choice.
I don't know if I needed a Hawkeye film. I think he would have been fine being a bigger secondary character in another film ahead of time. Like I really enjoy the Hawkeye series, but I think that really only worked in the time period it was set in, like after Endgame, with everything going on there, after all the stuff he had done in the interim during the blip as Ronin, dealing with all that. I think that had to happen there. I don't think Hawkeye would have been a particularly interesting character to follow for a full movie on his own at that point. Early on.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like I mentioned before, I mean, because the original Avengers lineup, you did have Ant-Man and the Wasp. So, I mean, and now that we know, we've seen 3 Ant-Man movies, right? So, I mean, maybe they could have, if they were trying to follow the comics, right? Maybe they could have, integrated, Paul Rudd and Evangeline Lilly, in the first Ant-Man movie, come out in phase 1, and then have them appear in, in Avengers instead of, Black Widow and Hawkeye, or in addition to Black Widow and Hawkeye. But,
I was going to say, I think if you had released the Black Widow film as it is, I think it should have come out earlier. I think if you had wanted to do one more film before Avengers, I would have made it a Hawkeye and Black Widow film.
Yeah, like Ant-Man and the Wasp. Yeah.
Yep, I would have had those two be, pretty much front and center. One taking a bit more predominant of a role, probably would have been Black Widow at this point, just because we'd seen more of her up to this point, not by a lot.
Plus, they keep talking about Budapest, and we never see what happens in Budapest.
Yeah, and the little bit that we get is that they set off a bomb and played tic-tac-toe in an air duct for a few days. Okay. Yeah, I think it would have been a pretty easy thing to have it before the Avengers and just have it be the two of them. They're the focus. Cool. But yeah, if you do release the Black Widow film, it is the dumbest possible decision to release it after Endgame.
And the story was inconsequential too, because it's basically them trying to take down the Red Room. It's like, well, that has no significance in the greater Marvel narrative scheme.
Yeah, the only thing we got for the MCU from that film is a lot of character backstory for a character who's already dead by the time the film starts, and then we get the introduction of 3 characters that are going to show up later. Oh, wait, just kidding. Taskmaster is killed 34 seconds into their next film. Cool. So now we're down to 2. So we literally get Yelena and the Red Guardian. Other than that, everything else in that movie is remarkably inconsequential. It doesn't really matter. Which, if it had happened before she died, that completely changes that narrative. I'm
Exactly.
like, it's still, I think if you had done it even in that phase, it maybe still would have been a bit late. But if you had done it too much earlier and then not used Yelena until the Hawkeye miniseries, a lot of people might be like, who is that again? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I saw them. Or not having Red Guardian show up again until Thunderbolts is, I think, the next thing he shows up in. I don't think there was anything in between. So it does suck that,
not unless you count What If, then.
no, I don't. Uh, but so it does suck that introducing those characters really early, you probably would have needed to do something else with them in the interim, which I would have been fine with because those are two of my favorite characters in the MCU. But having it so late to introduce those characters is great, but then you screw up Black Widow's story because she's dead. So it's sort of a no-win the way that it is.
Here's another thing that I would point out too, because I mean, we because we are introduced to the Winter Soldier, aka Bucky, in Captain America: The Winter Soldier, right? I would think that that would be the perfect opportunity to kind of at least start making allusions or dropping hints about the Red Room in that movie, right? Because
yeah, that would have been a good thing to do, where they mention it a few times, and then when they take it down, you're like, oh my god, that's right, I remember this.
Yeah, because the Hydra program and the Red Room, they're pretty much operating on the same basis. Really, it's just one of them. It's just one of them prefers to use a frozen old guy, and the other one just prefers to sterilize young women and turn them into assassins. But they pretty much operate with the same MO. So I would think that had they introduced it much earlier, like in phase 2, that would have made it far more impactful when they did the Black Widow movie, because now you're aware of, oh yeah, the stakes are a lot greater because we know that this is what they've been doing all along. So then when Natasha goes to take it down, it's like, okay, of course she's got to take it down because these guys have been working, either been working in conjunction with Hydra, or they're being run by Hydra, and taking them down is just another way to bring down Hydra after Steve Rogers took down the helicarriers in Winter Soldier. But
yeah.
See, I think we do a much better job than the execs in Marvel. Like, come on, guys.
Hindsight's 2020 is the thing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, just at that point, I don't know how in the world, because there are so many things that it's written too well, it works too well, it's done too well for it to be coincidental. But there are also things where I'm like, don't know why they made that choice, don't know why they did it that way, don't know what the thought process was here. So for us, obviously, it's easy to look back and say, this is what I would have done, this is how I would have done it. But at the time, I feel like there's probably something about the timing of the first Avengers where they were like, we don't want to wait anymore. Because if they had wanted to, I definitely feel like Ant-Man, at the very least, maybe Ant-Man and the Wasp, could have been added in pretty easily. I feel like there's got to be something about that, maybe specifically where it released in 2012. That 4-year gap between Iron Man and that, I think there's just something about that was the sweet spot for them, and that's why they were like, we got to go ahead and make it now. And I think it's fantastic. I think this is still the film I've seen in theaters the most, because
the Avengers.
I think I saw Avengers. I think it was either 4 or 5 times. Brendon and I saw it together at least twice.
Okay.
It was like I think we saw it twice. I went by myself, I went with family, and then I went with extended family because everyone just kept going to see this movie. And I was like, I mean, it's a pretty good movie, I'll go watch it again.
You were whispering and telling me, all right, now in this scene, this happens here, right?
Yeah, I remember roughly like 2010, 2011, the whispers started to come about, oh, they're planning to do this big team up movie, this big Avengers movie. And I was like, oh, that'd be cool. So then when it finally came out and it was like, oh, hey, cool. Went to go see it. That's the greatest movie I've ever seen in my life.
In 2012? Okay.
No, that's not what I actually, but it was a really good movie. So we enjoyed it. We went to see it at least twice in theaters, like Brad said, and I saw it at least once or twice more.
You muted halfway through the sentence.
Damn it! I hit the pad by mistake. But I went and saw it like once or twice more after the two that Bradley alluded to in theaters that we saw together with our friend group. Um, the one thing I will say, maybe the reason that they chose to include Hawkeye and Black Widow is maybe they wanted sort of the non-powered, the not like non-superpowered side of the MCU also as a part of the group. That would be the only thing I could think, maybe.
Yeah.
As opposed to like adding in like an Ant-Man or something like that. Maybe they felt the technology wasn't quite there yet, or people wouldn't buy into the Ant-Man thing. I don't know. It was all. It's hard to remember where the mindset was with sort of where comic book movies were and where the MCU was at that time, because we've had so much since then.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because at that point, by the time you get to the Avengers, we're seeing a sustained, campaign by Marvel, because beforehand, most superhero movies, you were lucky if you got 2 movies, and if you got 3 movies, that was the end of the road, right? So obviously Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, one of the best superhero trilogies to ever come out in cinema. But then you've got the X-Men franchise produced by Bryan Singer. We got, X-Men X2 and X-Men Last Stand, and obviously the Sam Raimi Spider-Man films, right? But it never got past the 3rd movie. So what we're seeing here is not only Marvel saying that we're here to stay, but we're going to tell you a much larger story than what you're seeing in any of these individual movies or the crossover event with the Avengers. So everything that we've been discussing, over the past 5 movies, it's been leading up to this point, because now we're starting to see that Tony Stark, Thor, Bruce Banner, and Steve Rogers are being called by Nick Fury to form this Spec Ops team to deal with a threat in the form of Loki, who's decided that, maybe Earth might be a nice place to set up shop. And Loki's been handed the scepter with the Mind Stone, and he's just going to town, basically just putting everybody under my control. The person I feel bad for is Eric Selvig, because he's just some guy, fresh off of Thor. He, his mind has been awakened. He's come to realize that all the childhood stories of his youth, they're actually real, like they're not actually bunk. And now he gets turned into this mindless drone who is going around building, a special device for the Tesseract so he can open a portal. So you guys have mentioned this already, but I do want to ask, how much appreciation did the first Avengers movie make you feel for all of the movies that came before it?
I thought it was just awesome. The closest I can think up to this point that I had was maybe, it might sound weird at first, but Star Wars, because they had released episodes 4, 5, and 6 and then gone back and done 1, 2, and 3. So it was kind of cool to see, like, okay, now I saw where 4 started. Now I get to start at the top of our Skywalker saga and see how we got from here to there. This was a bit of a different thing, but that was the closest comparison I could think of, where I got to see a lot of films come together to be this new point. The Avengers was just the culmination of a couple years of building and characters, and we get to see a lot of these characters interact that we haven't seen before, maybe in ways we hadn't expected before, some good, some bad. It was just epic, man. It really was. That freaking opening music gets me. The fact that this movie does not waste any time. As soon as this movie starts, we are in it.
Yeah.
We are assembling the Avengers. I like how still kind of ragtag it feels for a good chunk of it, because they don't want to work together. I really, really like when Robert Downey Jr. is when Tony Stark is talking to Steve Rogers, and Steve Rogers is like, he's a good soldier. Sometimes you lose soldiers. And he's like, we are not soldiers. I fucking love that interaction. I love that. That's probably my favorite moment in the film, to be honest. but it is just so freaking cool to see all of these people come together. And at this point, it's been 4 years in. I remember feeling exactly the same way when Infinity War hit, and good God, did I feel the same way when Endgame hit. I mean, it was like, not only have these films gone from one to the next, I've invested years of my life into this at this point. Like,
Mhm.
I am here. I am not just here to see a movie. I'm here to experience something. I'm making this sound so dramatic,
Right,
but like,
right, but you bought into it.
yeah, it really did feel that way though. It was like, this isn't just any other movie. This isn't me just going to see some random movie on a Tuesday. This is something I'm really emotionally invested in. I've sunk a lot of time into this. I've read about a lot of these characters outside of the movies because I want to learn more. I want to know more about this stuff. And then yeah, to finally get to see it all. It sounds weird to say culminate because there have been multiple Avengers movies now, but to see the culmination of phase one was just, it was out of this world, man. It was just absolutely incredible. And that's why I saw this movie fucking 45 times in theaters.
Well, I mean, they also stay true to the original Avengers storyline, where Loki was the catalyst for for the original team to assemble, right? Where because here Loki decides he's going to conquer Earth and he's going to use the Chitauri to do it with a
Yeah.
little help from Thanos. And to your point, Bradley, I mean, these guys just they just can't work together. And Stark even makes an allusion saying, he said, he was rejected for the Avengers program because he doesn't work well with others. and I also thought it was pretty interesting that we don't see Thor for the longest time. We're just focused on our three Earth-based heroes, right? So obviously, we get Captain America. Banner, he's not really interested in taking part in any of the action. He's just here to track the Tesseract. And Stark, well, Stark is a showman, really. He
Stark
just
is
wants
Stark.
to show, yeah, he just wants to show off. So when they go to I think it was Stuttgart in Germany, and Captain America confronts Loki, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be an awesome fight. The super soldier versus the Asgardian. I mean, that was a badass fight. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, because when we saw Loki fight with the Warriors 3 and with Thor, it was, I feel like, pretty clear that strength wise he was not top of the heap.
Yeah.
So when he goes to fight Captain America, I'm like, man, Captain America is about to lay his ass out. When freaking Super Soldier punches Loki and Loki just like immediately comes back, you're like, oh shit, this dude might be stronger than I was giving him credit for.
I mean, he is a god, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really fun fight to watch because, like Bradley said, you don't know exactly how powerful Loki is at that point. Like, to this point, he's just been a sort of petulant bystander who can, play little tricks on people. Everything else. Um, I I definitely echo most of what Bradley said about like just feeling the culmination of all this stuff, like the excitement and the giddiness of like knowing, hey, all of this has been building into this one moment, and you're finally being able to go to the theater and see it for the first time. So like it lived up to and exceeded all of my expectations. Like I said, I never really read comic books, so I had no real like semblance of anything, of an idea of like what's going to go on, what's going to happen, like what does this really mean. I just knew all of these characters from these movies that I really enjoyed are going to be together for this first time, and then I'm going to get to see Samuel L. Jackson just running around and dragging them all together and telling them, "Hey, get your crap together." So
Oh my
Well,
God, his line about I recognize the council has made a decision, but seeing as it's a stupid ass decision, I'm just gonna ignore it. I was
I
like, there's no way Samuel L. Jackson did not write that line himself.
Well, what about when he after Coulson gets killed, he he like throws the bloody Captain America cards on the table,
Yeah.
mhm.
like that's
I
such a manipulative move, man. Like,
It's also especially funny but fucked up because then Hill with by the way, Maria Hill, great addition. I thought she
Kobe
was
Smulders, yep,
fantastic. Yeah.
yep.
when she's like, "Sir, those cards were in Coulson's locker, not his pocket," and you're like, "Oh, okay, just sorry," but they were bloody. So, like, did he go over to Coulson and be like, "Sorry, bud, just
Dude, I was
motivate the
thinking
team"?
I thought the same thing. I'm like, he's like, he's like looking around. He's like, all right, I'll just like smear it, just stick it in his pocket for a little bit, and then take it out.
Because even when he throws them on the table, that liquid spreads,
They're-
man, they're wet.
They're
Like-
dripping. Yeah, those cards are dripping.
I will say as well, I was a pretty big fan of Joss Whedon around that time period. I enjoyed Buffy. I watched it in college. After catching like reruns before school sometimes, and I had never watched Firefly. I know Firefly's like a really popular thing he did for that one season in that movie,
Yeah.
but I've never watched it. But I believe, when did Cabin in the Woods come out? Was that in 2011, 2012? I think it was before the Avengers.
I think
Because
so.
2011.
Yeah, so knowing so kind of knowing what Joss Whedon's general style was, I was like, okay, this guy seems like the perfect guy to be writing an Avengers movie. Obviously, there's some stuff that's come out over the years about Joss Whedon that's less savory. So,
There's with this and with Age of Ultron, there's a lot of levity, right? So it's pretty much to your point, Joss Whedon kind of imprinting his own style, but he kind of does it in a way that's everybody knows what the stakes are, but at the same time, it's like, well, we can have a little bit of fun with that, as opposed to when we get to the Russo brothers, it's like, I mean, to use a Deadpool joke, it's like, are you sure you're not in the DC universe? Because it's night and day when you compare what Joss Whedon did with the Avengers as opposed to the Russo brothers, where it's like, oh my god, this is really, really dark, like in terms of tone. Because when you look at the first Avengers movie, for the most part, like nobody really gets killed, really. I mean, yeah, sure, some civilians and the Chitauri.
Coulson walked it off.
I mean, if you watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., turns out it was an LMD, I think. So that wasn't really Coulson, or it was Coulson, but he faked his death. So as opposed to, when the Russo brothers get a hand of it, Vision, yeah, you're gone. Like, see you later, Paul Bettany.
Not only are you gone, we're gonna kill your ass twice.
Yeah.
Vision just, that was rough.
Oh, by the way, Chadwick Boseman, yeah, you're gonna be dead for a bit. So yeah, just take it easy. Oh yeah, Zoe Saldana, yeah, you're gone too. So, but but to go back to what you're saying, I mean, there's something about this team where you can't expect them to come together and work together because they've got their own idea of how they want to save the world, right? And as we'll see in Age of Ultron, it nearly comes to blows. So a part of me kind of has to wonder just how important was Phil Coulson to these people. They all decided, well, we're all going to do it for Phil because because clearly whatever Nick Fury is saying is just going in through one ear out the other. But as soon as they see the bloody cards, it's like, yeah, we're doing this all for Phil. And even Tony Stark even says it too. It's like, oh yeah, there's one other person he pissed off. His name was Phil, and he shoots Loki with his repulsor rays.
So what I've always thought about it is that they don't really come together until Tony buys in. As soon as Tony is the one that is like, I don't want to say the leader of the Avengers, because it's like, Phil Coulson dying is sad, but like Bruce didn't really know him that well. Thor really didn't know him that well.
They did have that brief moment where he was interrogating him.
Yeah, like he knew him, but I don't know. It's not as emotional as it would be for Captain America a little bit, but especially for Tony Stark, where when he has the line about if we can't prevent whatever it is. Like if we can't prevent it, you can be damn. If we can't save the world, you're going to be damn sure. Well, we'll avenge it.
Right.
I think that's a really good line, not just because it does give you the name of the Avengers, but I think that really kind of puts it in perspective for him about they're going back and forth, but as soon as he's like, no, this is personal, this is a threat, we have to end this, it does become a we have to end this, not just a I have to end this or you. No, it becomes a we thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the Dirty Dozen where they begin to realize, yeah, we're all in this together.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. The easiest one is Thor because his brother's the one leading it, so he's like, obviously, I'm going to be a part of this. Clint wants revenge on Loki for brainwashing him. Natasha probably similar thing for killing Coulson and for brainwashing Clint. The only one that I'm a little like is Bruce Banner. God bless him. He's there. He shows up on his little bike at the end, and I'm like, he's a part of this, but he is the one that's like, he could have left. Like,
he's doing it for
like,
Nat. Come on.
Yeah, he's not like super invested in this. I do really like the friendship that we have between Tony and Bruce Banner. I love that. It is adorable to see the two of them interact the way that they do.
Yeah,
but
you should come to Stark Tower and kind of just hang out in the R&D lab. Yeah.
And then he just shocks him. Is like, no, nothing. Okay. So I do really, really like the team building that we get to the point that, by the end of the movie, it really is them like, we've got to come together to stop this. And it has to be we, because none of us can do it alone. We tried and it didn't work out.
Well, it's interesting that you say that Tony Stark is pivotal to all this, because looking back on it now, it's kind of obvious that it has to be him who kind of buys into it, because as we'll see later on in Infinity War and Endgame, I mean, he's the one who kind of brings it all to a conclusion, really, especially when he snaps his fingers and just says, I'm Iron Man, right? But when you're watching the movie and you're thinking about it, you never really think that it really hinges on one person alone, right? It's kind of like, it's almost as if everybody needs to buy in. It's like, Thor is going to stop his brother, but does he need the Avengers to help him stop his brother? Just like Captain America, he's going to do it because he's a soldier, right? And a soldier's job is to basically go out and put your life on the line. And again, to your point with Banner, it's like he's really there's really nothing at stake for him unless unless you say it's the Earth that's at stake. Then of course he's going to get involved because he wants to continue living on Earth.
Yeah.
And then Tony Stark, I think it's because he finds out that his tower is being used to power the portal that opens up to allow the alien army to come in. So I mean, I would say like a part of it is genuine altruism. Like he really does want to help people, but at the same time, there's also a bit of pride in there too. Like, he wants to do it, but we're gonna do it my way. And then he comes to realize, oh well, maybe I don't have all the answers. And then because remember when the Avengers are all assembled, he says, call it Cap. Like he defers to Captain America to devise the strategy. Because if he really was the leader, I mean, he would have been like, all right, so you do this, you do that, and then we'll just get shawarma afterwards. But no, he defers to Cap on the matter.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Brendon, do you have anything to add on that part?
To a little bit to Bradley's point, Tony is about the only one that does have some semblance of a relationship with Coulson, because Coulson kind of pops in and out of his life there in Iron Man 2. So while Coulson seems to have much more of a relationship with Pepper during that time, at least Tony does at least have an idea of who Coulson is. So it helps to kind of serve as that catalyst to Tony being like, okay, I'm going to put aside my ego to help out and be a part of this team. Because that's what all of it ultimately is everybody needs to kind of set aside their own personal egos and their own personal, I need to do this, I need to do that in order to come together and be this one cohesive unit to save the world, essentially, save the city. So I think I don't, I can understand where Bradley would be saying Tony is something of a catalyst to that change, but I think everybody has their own little bit of a catalyst moment in their own way in that.
Well, let's not forget, because Fury has a vested interest in the Avengers because he sent Romanoff out to go and assemble these people together, right? And Bradley alluded to this earlier, but when he's talking to the World Council, he's very adamant that his team can do the job, right? So it's not like when they propose, oh, well, let's just nuke Manhattan. He's like, yeah, all right, sure. He's like, no, that's a stupid ass plan, and I'm not going to go with it. He even goes so far as to shoot down one of the planes that tries to take off the helicarrier.
Yeah, I've got this. I've heard this really funny fan theory about the fact that he shoots the one jet down and then the other one takes off. It'd be really funny if they didn't plan on it having two jets. If it really was just like the one closest to him was just like docking or doing a training exercise or something. He's like, "Hey, is that Nick Fury? Why has he got a rocket launcher?
Why is he aiming?
What's going on?
Yeah, that poor guy."
What did I do?
I do also really like that the council making that decision, overriding him, and then sending aircraft off of his helicarrier to do it. We're already getting a lot of the good darkness of S.H.I.E.L.D. that we're going to see later on, where people are acting in their own regards, or
That's
Hydra.
A good point. That's a good point, because because we find out later Hydra takes control of Loki's scepter, and they're doing their own crazy stuff with it. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that maybe this whole order from the World Council and attempt to nuke Manhattan was probably part of a smokescreen to for Strike to go and actually acquire the Tesseract or the scepter, and then I guess continue whatever they were originally doing from way back when. That's actually a pretty good point, now that you mention it.
Yeah, I've just thought about it because I always think about it when in Ultron, when the helicarriers show up, I tend to think of S.H.I.E.L.D. as like Nick Fury's organization, but it's not. He's just part of it. But when they say in that, this is what S.H.I.E.L.D. is supposed to be, this is what S.H.I.E.L.D. is supposed to do, I always feel like that's the Nick Fury side of it. The people that are in charge of it that overrule him are the people who are saying, your team can't do it, we're just going to deal with the consequences, we're going to nuke it. Now, that's not Nick Fury making that decision. He can be a pretty cold, calculating person, but not, I don't think, to that level.
Yeah, and I think I want you to put a pin on that point, because I think that would be a pretty good point to bring back up when we talk about Civil War, because
100%.
Because if you think, because I mean, obviously it's General Ross pushing the Sokovia Accords, and you kind of have to wonder, because by that point Fury's out of the picture, but you kind of have to ask yourself, if Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. were still in the picture, would the Avengers still have broken up? Would they have been given a lot more leeway in what they were doing, or would they have been allowed to continue to do what they were doing? Even though Ross may have been like, yeah, I definitely want to, put a muzzle on the Avengers, because deep down I really do want to control them. I want them to answer to me and basically be my personal bodyguard, or whatever. But I do want to I do want to go ahead and start wrapping things up a bit. But before we do, I do want to just ask. So with the Avengers, we begin to see the further foundations of the Infinity Saga taking place, because we do see that post-credit scene where the Herald is basically saying, the humans of Earth are very dangerous. To I get, was it to attack them is to court death, and then Thanos turns around and smiles.
Yeah, not the best looking CGI for Thanos in this. He looks a lot better later on, but in this one, I'm like, that's a little rough. Yeah, it is such a great setup, because when he showed up, I was like, all right, this guy's purple. But then people online are like, oh my god, it's Thanos. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I have no idea who that is. And then you look it up and you're like, he was in love with death. You're like, all right, that's weird. And you're like, no, the actual literal death. He courted her. I'm like, okay, I'm interested now. That's kind of cool.
That's why he wants to kill people, because he wants to please her.
Yeah. So I was like, this is pretty sick. And then you read about his plan, you're like, this is sick, dude. I do really like the way that they set stuff up where way later on you do definitively find out the Tesseract is a stone, the scepter being the Mind Stone. I don't know that I ever would have guessed that. Even if I had known what the Mind Stone was ahead of time, I don't think I would have guessed that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know how many of them the Time Stone's the one where I'm like, I might have guessed that just because it looks like an Infinity Stone. And then the Power Stone, I mean, they clearly tell you it is. But yeah,
well, don't forget the Ether too, because when we're introduced,
I was gonna say the Ether. I never would have guessed that was a stone because it's not. It's just like liquid. It's weird. So yeah, I would not have guessed most of these stones being actual stones. But I do like his scepter. I do think Loki. I like that he kind of holds his own in a fight against Thor for a hot minute, and then when he stabs Thor, you can tell Thor's like, "No, fuck this, I'm getting serious now," and just like wallops this dude. The great Hulk versus Loki, not really fight moment, where he just slams him like 15 times into the ground. Puny God, always a good time, very quotable. But yeah, I mean, this one, I really feel like sets up so much more stuff while still giving us a good conclusion to the first chunk of films. And then yeah, seeing Thanos show up now, and then the one later on where he's like, fine, I'll do it myself, and puts on the gauntlet. You're just like, man, the little nuggets throughout that build to what is ultimately Infinity War and then Endgame is just fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that they kind of just seemingly dropped that whole courting death thing going forward with Thanos, and just kind of made it more about he wants to balance out the universe by making everything halved of what it was. I'm not sure why they chose to do that. Was it just a feasibility thing? Obviously, we now know that Aubrey Plaza is death in the MCU, so like watching Thanos and Aubrey Plaza just running around would have been interesting, to say that.
Aubrey Plaza really death?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah,
I haven't seen
all along.
Agatha.
Yeah,
I haven't seen Agatha myself, but that one was spoiled for me on the internet.
I mean, listen, I can totally see, Josh Brolin, snapping the Infinity Gauntlet just to make Aubrey Plaza happy.
Everyone
I could
would.
see it, but yeah, the most iconic thing for me in this is what Bradley was saying, where the Hulk just gets into Avengers Tower and Loki just starts ranting about how he is a god and all that, and Hulk just smashes him.
You dull creature, and I will not be wrong.
The
best part of it is
going to get alluded to a lot.
Yeah, the best part is he hits him like 10 times and then looks at him for a second, realizes he's still there, and hits him one more time. Oh my god!
The funniest part. The funniest part was when Loki's laying there. You can hear him. He's like,
he's breathing.
I was fucking laughing. I'm like, that's how it's done. And then you see then Thor Ragnarok, and Loki's like, yeah, that's how it's done.
That's how it feels.
Yeah,
I mean, I also really like when Hawkeye takes him off of the aircraft. When he shoots the arrow and he catches it, and he smiles thinking he's got a moment, and then it blows up right in his face. This whole movie is like Loki starts out really good, and then it's just Loki getting his ass whooped from like there to the end of the movie.
I mean, listen, it's what Mobius said in the show Loki. He wasn't meant to win. Yeah. He's a loser, basically. Guys, this has been a phenomenal look into Phase 1. I can't thank you enough for coming on. There's one last question I do want to ask, because at the time Kevin Feige was just playing with the Avengers. He didn't have access to the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, Spider-Man at that point. But they would acquire it a few years later. So I do want to ask. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, that that they managed to get the licensing rights back from Fox Studios, and they were able to work with X-Men and Fantastic Four and all those other heroes. Would Phase One have played out the same way, or do you think Feige would have found a way to integrate or drop hints of these different teams and characters throughout the movies? Oh, that's a thinker there. I can see you thinking, Bradley.
I know the answer. I'm trying to. Brendan's a little slow on the unmute button, so I'm like always trying to give him a chance to go.
We'll let Brendan go first then.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought experiment. My guess is that it probably would have been a bit different. I think you probably incorporate X-Men or Spider-Man in there a lot earlier, just to like make sure you get that extra box office and that extra draw of like, oh, hey, people love Spider-Man, people love the X-Men, let's bring them in and do that. At that point, does Iron Man get pulled in? Probably. I think the focus groups would probably be like, okay, he's popular enough. Maybe they hold off on like Captain America or something like that at that point. I don't know. Hard to say, because Captain America is traditionally the like leader of the Avengers in the comics, from my understanding.
Yeah.
So maybe the odd one out is Thor. Maybe they don't incorporate Black Widow or Hawkeye. But I think they definitely incorporate at least the X-Men or Spider-Man. I think they hold off on Fantastic Four just because I don't think they're as big of a name. But maybe at Phase 2, I think they probably would come in.
Well, I would even add that if they did include, or drop references to the X-Men, I think they would have done it in the Captain America movie. And, and I don't think it would have been the full X-Men. I think it might have been Logan, just because, Logan has been alive for hundreds of years. And plus, he was a member of the Howling Commandos, or the original Howling Commandos. So
I did not know that.
Yeah, so it would make sense that you would include Logan in there before he became, Wolverine.
Yeah, I think it is a very easy assumption they would have changed it. I do agree that the Fantastic Four, I think it would have been shoehorned, because the thing about them is their origin story isn't one hero, it's four. Kind of five, maybe, if you throw Doom in there. So that's a lot to do. I think trying to get that in the 4-year span they had between the first film and the Avengers, I don't think that would have been as feasible. I feel like they would have put Spider-Man in. Like that. Yeah, Spider-Man and Batman are like the two heroes that you put them in whatever you can, because yes, people know those names, they love those characters. They're gonna go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over them. The one I genuinely don't know about is mutants / the X-Men, sort of in any way. I don't know why that is something that outside of X-Men movies, they seem to really struggle with the concept of. Like I don't feel like they've ever had a good idea about where do we introduce mutants, when do we, how do we, who do we bring, who do we not bring. It seems like if it's not an X-Men focused movie, they just don't want to do that, even though they've had the rights to it for a while now. So I don't know if it would have changed on the X-Men side. I know it would have changed on the Spider-Man side. I guarantee you Spider-Man would have been in that first Avengers movie.
Hold on, Bradley. Can you repeat that part? You kind of faded out after that.
Oh, sorry. I don't know when I started talking. I definitely know that it would have changed with Spider-Man. I know they would have tried to bring Spider-Man in. With the X-Men stuff and the mutants, I feel like anytime mutants are brought up or mentioned or thought about outside of an X-Men movie, I feel like they just don't either do it very well or do it at all. Even though they've had the rights to them for a hot minute now, they really haven't used them outside of X-Men stuff. The closest we get is like Deadpool, which is sort of its own thing. So I don't know if they would have ended up bringing over any mutants in particular, but Spider-Man's the one. I'm like, yeah, they would have put Spider-Man in there as soon as humanly possible. Like, honestly, Spider-Man may have been the first film, even for them to be like, all right, you've seen their version of Spider-Man, this is ours. And that may have been like the first film that they did.
Well, another
I
thing
don't
to your
think it would have been as good, but so.
well, another thing to your point too, because when you look at the X-Men, it's like they exist in their own universe, and sometimes it's hard to. And I think it was either you or Brendon who said it earlier. It's hard to believe that the X-Men are even part of Marvel because they have so many things, because they have their own ecosystem going on. It's like they can tell their own storylines, and you don't really need to introduce Thor, Captain America, or anybody like that into their movies or TV show or whatever. So yeah, exactly. It would be a very difficult thing to integrate because how exactly can you make the X-Men relevant to a Captain America or Iron Man story, right?
Yeah.
I mean, me personally, I don't think Kevin Feige would have done anything different, and the reason is because you've already had Bryan Singer do his X-Men movies in the early 2000s, right? So so as tempting as it is, I think Feige still would have focused on Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Captain America because these guys haven't been given the proper cinematic treatment like the X-Men and Spider-Man. So if he did integrate, the X-Men and Spider-Man, into the MCU, he probably would have done it in phase 2 and 3, really. And even then, they wouldn't get their own movies. It would probably be like kind of like what we see with Spider-Man Brand New Day, where we're seeing like these different characters kind of get folded into the grand narrative, right? So obviously Brand New Day, we could see, Frank Castle's the Punisher. And if the rumors are to be believed, Sadie Sink is playing a young Jean Grey, along with, from what I've heard, Matt Murdock is supposed to return in Brand New Day, but that's TBD. But I think at least for phase 1, Feige wanted solely to focus on the Avengers because the Fantastic Four and the X-Men have already had the spotlight on them. I think Feige feels like the Avengers deserve to have their moment, and then that's when you kind of bring everything together. That being said, I think Infinity War and Endgame would have played out a lot more differently, if they'd integrated, the X-Men and the Fantastic Four a lot earlier than they're doing now, because at least because we've talked about this before, the Fantastic Four, they've sort of been integrated, but not really because they're still existing in their own universe.
Yeah.
And if the rumors are to be believed, I think Brand New Day is going to be the first time we actually see the mutants being properly introduced into the MCU, because Deadpool and Wolverine, they're kind of in the MCU, but it's like they're MCU adjacent.
Yeah.
Because they're still off in their own universe doing whatever.
Yeah, the only way that they're kind of connected right now is the TVA. But even then, the TVA is sort of like the when people say like, "Oh, it's fate. God works in mysterious ways." That's a blanket statement to be like, I don't have an explanation, but I'm sure there's something there. The TVA are like a little bit of everything. I mean, they're whatever parallel universe, multi-universe, multiverse thing you can possibly imagine they're a part of. So they sort of a cheat code for introducing anything you want.
I mean, you think of it like a Deus Ex Machina almost. It's like, well, we'll just use them to like explain away anything that might be inconsistent.
Yeah, the only other real tangential sort of reference to mutants in the MCU right now is that last little bit of Miss Marvel, where they talk about her having a mutation. Her powers come from the bangles, but it's like a manifestation of a mutation in her genes or something like that. That's what her powers are.
Well, you could also make the argument even earlier in Age of Ultron, where technically what Strucker had been doing with the Maximoff twins, you could say that the stone didn't give them any powers. It just awoke something that was already in there, right?
Yeah.
And we kind of see allusions to it in WandaVision to a degree.
Yeah, that's true, especially since they incorporate some of the Fox X-Men properties in there.
Mm-hmm. I think the one thing they haven't done yet, but I would be curious to see is, the parents of Wanda and Pietro, are they really her parents or are they adopted parents? Because in the comics, at least, Magneto is the father of Wanda and Pietro. So that's TBD. But guys, I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your day to come on and discuss for almost 4 hours phase 1 of the MCU. We've got 2 more phases to take a look at. But where can people find you if people want to check out your stuff?
Take it away, Brennan.
They can come to our YouTube page, StoryProof. We also have we're also out on most of the other podcasts sites like Apple Podcasts, Spotify, stuff like that. We haven't uploaded for a little bit. We're revamping the show some. We're going to be starting to put out new content soon. Most of the new content has been with us working with Luca and Lee over there at the Movie Pope, and we've enjoyed it.
Well, like I said, I mean, you guys are more than welcome to upload these episodes onto your channel, just because I want to make sure you guys get your due in terms of credit, because you guys definitely put in a lot of work and contribute a lot. And I just want to thank everybody for taking the time to check us out. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and StoryProof. These guys love movies as much as we do, and stay tuned because we will be doing more in-depth discussions of the MCU. We will be taking a look at phases 2 and 3. Phase 3, we're going to split that up into 2 just because there are 2 Avengers films and there are too many movies, and well, we do want to take it easy on ourselves. But other than that, thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you on the next one. Peace out.
Bye.